2, 1.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 open session meeting for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda as presented. The administration is recommending the approval of this agenda. Do we have a motion to do so?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Ms. Dorsey. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is to move into closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Ms. Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B, Section 1, to discuss applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session discussion of this topic is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Section 9 of 3-305B, the topic is discussion of ongoing negotiations with KCPS bargaining units. The reason for closed session is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. Section 7 of 3-305B is to consult with legal counsel on appeal process under Section 4-205 of the Education Article. The reason for closed session is substance of discussion is protected by attorney-client privilege. And Section 8 of 3-305B, the topic is to consult with legal counsel and or consultants to obtain updates and advice regarding pending or potential litigation. The reason for closed session discussion of this topic is that substance of discussion is protected by attorney-client privilege. With that being said, do we have a motion to move into closed session as the administration has recommended?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Rhodes has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Ms. Dorsey. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We will be going into closed session and returning at approximately 4:30 back into open session. Thank you. April 5th, 2003 open session meeting. The next item on the agenda, under 3A, is to report on closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constance, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, sorry, Gail, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B, where we discussed applicants under Section 1, applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. And the reason for that was because public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under MPIA. Also, 3-305B, Section 9, the topic was discussion of ongoing negotiations with KCPS bargaining units. The reason for the closed session was to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. 3-305B7, the topic was to consult with legal counsel on appeal process under Section 4-205 of Education Article. The reason for closed session was substance of discussion is protected by the attorney-client privilege, and also Section 8 under 3-305B. The topic was to consult with legal counsel and or consultants to obtain updates and advice regarding pending or potential litigation. The reason for closed session was the substance of discussion is protected by attorney-client privilege. This session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board after Section 5A in the superintendent's report. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Wallace, would you be kind to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the March 13th, 2023 open session meeting. The administration is recommending approval of these minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
I motion that we approve the minutes of the March 13th open session meeting.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a second by Ms. Dorsey. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also approve the minutes.
Thank you. The motion passes as motion. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public participation. Ms. Gale, do we have public participation? We do. Okay, just rules for public participation. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So we do not.
We do not.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so there is no public participation. Dr. Couch, your report.
I was going to say, wait a minute.
We're right there.
Can I pass? I was going to say pass. I don't know why. The Character Counts Essay Award Ceremony will be held April the 19th at 5:30 in Decker Theater, in case any of the board members would like to attend. That's at Washington College. Last Thursday, we held our Employee Recognition Awards program at KCHS Auditorium. Our KCPS Teacher of the Year is Mary Jessica McGee, who is a teacher at Galena Elementary. Our Kent County Public Schools Support Person of the Year is Sheila Hunley, who works at the bus depot. And our KCPS Promising Educator is Jody Bortz, who is a music teacher at Garnett and at Rock Hall Elementary. House Bill 1196. This was the bill that initially was introduced by Delegate Grist and Senator Hershey as House Bill 799 and Senate Bill, I think it was 912. It got merged into House Bill 1196, which is the bill that provided funding for a blueprint coordinator for each school system. And there were 2 pieces of legislation that were added as amendments. One, to help Baltimore City with reducing the maintenance of effort amount from Baltimore City and providing additional funding from the state. And then there was an additional amount for Kent County for $250,000 that would come directly from the governor. I was able to submit written and oral testimony on behalf of Kent County Public Schools, advocating that there are 37 states that provide additional help to their smallest school systems that have meet the sparsity criteria and also small school system criteria. So I submitted that to the governor's office, had a chance to talk with Eric Lutke, who is the Director of Legislative Affairs for the governor's office, and we had a really nice conversation about that. So I do know that there was some negotiation with both chambers, the budget, conference committee. I do know that the amount for the blueprint coordinator was left in there. I don't know the status of the help for the two counties. That's still kind of up in the air. I would also like to acknowledge that Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Gatz also submitted written testimony in support of the bill as well. So this time, I was trying to testify at the last hearing for House Bill 799, and they forgot me in the waiting room. They didn't forget me this time, so I did get to provide my oral testimony. House Bill 402 and Senate Bill 402, which is kind of unusual for both of them to have the same numerical numbering, the number for the same House bill and Senate bill. That doesn't happen very often, maybe rarely happens. Made it through both chambers with a few amendments. The requirement for attending board meetings in May and June was removed during the Senate bill hearing. The vice chair wanted that out of the bill itself, and actually made contact with me and wanted to know why it was in there, and I said that was not what I sent forward to Delegate Jacobs. So it was the bill drafter that added that in, so I don't know where that came from. So that was stricken from the Senate bill. And the language that would allow the student member of the board to attend closed session was also removed from the bill. And so that's passed both chambers, and I suspect it will get to the governor's desk for signature. So we'll wait on that. The League of Women Voters also scheduled a presentation for April the 19th at 7 o'clock at Emmanuel Church in Chestertown. Tom Porter, our Assistant Coordinator for Accountability and Implementation, AKA our Blueprint Coordinator, is on the program, and he will provide an overview of the Kent County Public School Blueprint Implementation Plan. So I plan to attend. It's on the same night as the character counts, so I plan to go from one to the other. So 5:30 at Washington College, and then 7 o'clock at Emmanuel Church. So you'll probably have about 30 minutes in between if you want to attend both. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Couch. Okay, moving on to personnel actions. Mr. Hushin?
Thank you, President Getz, school board members, Dr. Couch. Each month, the school board receives and reviews a report of stated personnel actions. Those actions are discussed in closed session, and then a vote is held here in open session. The administration seeks approval of those stated personnel actions.
Okay, as Mr. Hushin stated, the administration is recommending approval of the stated personnel actions. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we approve the
I'll
personnel
second.
actions.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee, and we have a second by Mr. Rhodes. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hushin.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Golden Anchor Award.
So our recipient of this month's award is not going to be here till 5 o'clock. So if we could move on, we'll go back and circle back when he shows up.
Great. Are we all okay with that?
Yeah.
We know it's a he.
We know it's a he.
Okay, that sounds fine. So
The
why don't we-
name remains a secret.
So why don't we go ahead and move on to D with the intention of coming back to 5C, the KCMS educational specifications.
Right. Mr. President, members of the board, we have been working on completing the educational specifications for Kent County Middle School. This is a requirement from the IAC, which is the Interagency for School Construction, and Interagency Commission on School Construction. Before you can even get to the point of designing a building, you have to complete the educational specifications. And essentially, what this amounts to is establishing the parameters for what you want to see in the building. In other words, it's a blueprint for the design of the building itself. And how we get to that point is by meeting with a number of stakeholders. We met with administrators, we met with teachers, 7th grade teachers, 6th grade teachers, 5th grade teachers, 8th grade teachers, all of the unified arts teachers, to get their wish list, if you will, and then put it into a plan. We are held by strict square footage requirements by the IAC in terms of the number of students that we will have in the building. And sometimes the wish list doesn't fit into the reality, so we have to trim that down. So for you tonight, Dr. Lever will be presenting the roadmap that we have for moving forward with the design for the Kent County Middle School. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Lever. Right. Yeah, you should be able to do it right there. Yeah.
Just use it.
You can use the keyboard too, Dr. Lever, if you want. Just
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Couch. Very pleased to be here after this long process. We have a brief presentation. I'll go through that. The purpose of the educational specification, it actually has a number of purposes. You might say the most practical aspect of it is its instructions to the architectural engineering team that will be engaged of exactly what the requirements of the facility will be in terms of the number of spaces, the size of the spaces, the relationships of the spaces to one another, to the outdoors, the equipment that will go into the spaces, the building systems that are required. But it also, in a sense, is a communication method. It's a way to communicate the educational philosophy of the school, the educational philosophy of the Board of Education itself. And that's particularly important, I think, in this particular school. Montgomery County builds any number of middle schools every decade. Kent County is building one middle school probably in the next, 4, 5, 6 decades. So this is a critical project, crucial project in every respect for the county. And we have to get it right, and we also need to communicate what is in this project. So that's part of what has gone on. And I'll try and work this. There we go. As Dr. Couch said, we've had immense amount of input in this process from the Educational Specifications Committee itself, which has met 11 times, starting in September of 2021, right through until the end of March 2023. Meetings with the educators, with the principals of the middle school and the high school, stakeholders meetings back in February, March, about a year ago. Meetings with the Interagency Commission on School Construction. The staff came down and visited in May of 2022. We've also had a number of conversations, Zoom meetings and telephone calls and so forth. Community listening sessions in October. A survey, which is not shown actually in the list here and should be shown, a very informative survey, and we had a large number of responses, extremely informative about people's attitudes about the project, and what they wanted from the project, and also where their fears lie, their concerns. Then as the educational specification was moving into draft stage, we met with the educators. We had detailed discussions about their requirements. They had a lot of input into the draft itself. And then finally, the Educational Specification Committee met on March 29th, and we reviewed the final draft, and they approved it to be brought forward to you. And just by way of going over some of the past history of this, this diagram, which we developed about a year or so ago, was meant to indicate the complexity of the choices that are involved in this particular project. There were issues about what would the grade configuration be? Would it be a renovation or a replacement project? Would it be located in Chestertown, or would it be located in Wharton? Or a third site, actually. Would it be a standalone? If it was at Wharton, would it be a standalone facility, or would it be attached to the high school? And then the question about the 8th grade. Would the 8th grade be integral to the middle school, or would the 8th grade be an academy within the high school? And all of this was brought forward to the committee. The committee then considered 12 planning options. This is a selection out of all the possible options that you might consider, but these were the reasonable options in terms of the location, the grade configuration, the question of the 8th grade academy, attachment or not attachment. And the committee went through a scoring process. We spent an entire evening scoring a number of planning objectives, and then out of that came a score that was for each particular planning option here, with the highest score indicating the preferred option. And then we ranked those, 1 through 12, with 12 being the most preferred option. Certain options were not considered. They were simply off the table from the very beginning. For instance, one of those was to have a grade 6 to 12 school, not a separate elementary or middle and high school, but all one school. That was simply not something that the committee wanted to consider. And also the 8th grade academy at Wharton separated. If the rest of the middle school were in Chestertown, they felt that that would be the worst of all possible worlds. The 8th graders would be isolated from the middle school experience because their younger colleagues would be in Chestertown, they would be at Wharton, but they really wouldn't be part of the high school either, so they would be isolated. So that was not considered. But out of this, then, came certain conclusions, which you can see in the next slide. In general, the notion of the 8th grade academy was viewed very unfavorably. The notion of ending middle school with 7th grade under any configuration, whether it was 2 grades, 6 and 7, or whether it was 3 grades, 5, 6, and 7, was also viewed very unfavorably. There was a great deal of discussion about the importance of 7th grade in the educational process and the difficulty of 7th graders making the transition to high school rather than the 8th graders. That 1 year of maturing makes a big difference in terms of being able to negotiate the transition from the relatively nurturing environment of middle school to the much more independent environment of high school. And so that was viewed very unfavorably, any option that ended with 7th grade. Renovation was viewed unfavorably compared to new. That isn't at all surprising. Who wouldn't want to get a new school if they possibly could? Replacements at Chestertown or Wharton came out about even. There was a lot of support for replacement. Wharton had a slighter edge, nothing significant, but it was favored somewhat. And then the most favored option of all, the one that received the 12, was a replacement at the Wharton site as a standalone facility for grades 5 to 8 or 6 to 8 with integral 8th grade, not an 8th grade academy. And there was a great deal of discussion about the educational advantages of incorporating 5th grade into the middle school environment, having to do with blueprint obligations, having to do with the level of development of 5th graders. And then a very practical consideration is the need to create space at the elementary schools for the requirement of a blueprint for pre-kindergarten for 3-year-olds. And it's about 1 or 2 classrooms per school, and moving the 5th grade helps to create that. But it is that conjunction of educational benefits plus practical benefits that I think is why we're presenting to you an ed spec that's for grades 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then with that, we held community sessions. 3 options were brought to the board, and this was in September of 2022. They came from the discussion with the EdSpec committee. Option 1, replacement at the Chestertown site for grades 5 to 8. Option 2, replacement at the Wharton site as a standalone facility for grades 5 to 8. And then option 3, attachment to the high school for grades 5 to 8 with improvements to the high school. And the discussion was, it was recognized how difficult it would be to achieve the attachment option, but there were advantages to that, both educationally and programmatically, as well as the unavoidable issue that it would save money and that that money could be put into improvements of the high school. But all of these were to be presented in a neutral fashion to you and the board, and then you asked Superintendent to go have community sessions, listening sessions, and we did. And there were 4 sessions altogether, but in particular, the session that was held in Chestertown was extremely productive, and comments were offered that really affected our own view of how to proceed. It was from that we are moving forward with what you're seeing tonight. In September, we also presented a summary of the financial situation for each of these 3 options that you were considering at that time. Option 1 at about $51.1 million, option 2 at $47.7 million, and option 3 at $51.8 million. All of these costs, and I have to say this, and this will apply to the costs you'll see later this evening, are highly provisional, because we're dealing with a project which is about 2 years out for bid, and with a construction market that has been like the Wild West, and we think it may be stabilizing now. It's absolutely unclear where prices will be and what kind of competition you might get on bid day. So we are using the best we can, the best methods we can. But the listening sessions were very productive, and we were asked to consider 2 additional options. One was renovation of the existing Kent County Middle School, even though the Educational Specification Committee had not favored that. The community wanted to see that option explored. And then also replacement at another Chestertown site, at the site to be identified. And we're in the process of doing some study of that now. Dr. Couch is investigating that. We are coming close to a point where the consultants on the feasibility study will have to have a decision on that, or else we'll have to just have to leave that behind and move on, because they are moving forward very fast with this feasibility study. The feasibility study, I think the best way to put this is, if there had been overwhelming community support for any one of the 3 options that you considered back in September, we would have moved forward with that option. The state requires a feasibility study if an existing facility is going to be abandoned or demolished. More than 50% of that will be demolished. We could request a waiver, and most likely, in my own experience, you would receive approval of a waiver, given the condition of Kent County Middle School. But it was very clear from the community sessions that there wasn't an overwhelming sentiment in that direction. Also, the survey indicated the same thing, that the community was very much divided among the various options. And because of that, then we felt that a feasibility study was not only something that the state would be interested in, but also it makes good sense from your perspective to know what the options are, what the advantages and disadvantages of each option is, and then the costs that will be associated with them, as best as they can be estimated. The consultants who are working on this right as we speak, they'll be offering the report, and it'll consider the educational impact of the different options. It'll consider the operational impact, including transportation costs, community impact, how the community would react, the impact it would have in terms of traffic and so forth, the schedule, which will be very, very important in terms of its impact on children themselves, and the costs. And that would break down into 2 sets: the capital costs, the cost to actually implement the project, and the funding requirements and sources that would go with that, and then the life cycle cost, which is a requirement of the state, and it's a very good one, I think, that it's very important to know, in a sense, what you're in for the next 30 or 40 years from the facility. And if everything goes well, and everything is on track now, You should be seeing this for your consideration in June of this year. The educational specification is a requirement, as Dr. Couch said, and the Interagency Commission does want to see an educational specification before it will consider a feasibility study. So it's, in a sense, it's going to be measuring the results from the feasibility study against the educational specification to see how do they match up. Does it meet the educational requirements which are in the document itself? We have written this because we don't have a decision, and you don't have the information to make a decision on which option is best. Because of that, we wrote this, in a sense, for the optimal. In other words, the largest and most expensive option, the one that's would be the most complete and state-of-the-art facility, under the basic idea that it's a lot easier to trim down than it is to add on later on, and we can trim down. The document, however, is very much written to alert anybody who reads it, and this will include the architects and engineers eventually, that the renovation is a possibility and attachment to the high school is a possibility. And so there are certain paragraphs in there that you see will address those kinds of alternatives. It also acknowledges the location choice. There are a lot of if statements. If located at Chestertown, then this follows. If located at Wharton, then you must consider this. If it's at Chestertown, it will require the full program of spaces and elements. If it's at Wharton, then a number of very difficult decisions will be facing us in terms of joint use with the high school, where you've made very large investments already in the high school, the playing fields, interior facilities like the gymnasium, like the kitchen, the cafeteria, and other possibilities for joint use, which would substantially reduce the cost, the capital cost of the middle school, but also create with them the scheduling issues, the logistic issues, the interaction issues. You know, this doesn't come easy. And we had discussion actually with the architectural team that's doing the feasibility study about that this afternoon. The fact that the high school runs on one schedule, the middle school on another, and if they are working together in some way using joint facilities, creates all kinds of scheduling problems. We don't know if they can be solved now at this point. We don't have enough information. Once the board does make a decision, hopefully in June, based on the feasibility study, we'll be going back and revising the ed spec. We'll bring it completely up to date so that whatever the decision is will be completely reflected in the ed spec so that the architects will know how to proceed once they receive the material. Do I have the right passage here? I can't see the screen, so this particular slide, sorry, I'm going to have to put on my glasses to see if I'm at the right place. Sorry about that. Here we go. Yeah, we've written this for grades 5 to 8, which is actually a decision that the board will have to make itself as part of the final decision. We've written it for the projected enrollment of 520 students, 5 through 8. A couple of points to emphasize. We have placed a great deal of focus in the educational specification on what we're calling learning teams. This is the grade level team teaching approach, which is already in place at Kent County Middle School, but from everything we've heard in our discussions with the educators, they simply don't have the space to actually put this into effect. They don't have a planning area. They don't have an area where students can collaborate, and that's at the heart and soul of this team teaching approach. So in the educational specification, that each grade level learning team has 5 general education classrooms. It has 1 science classroom. It has what we're calling a hybrid collaboration space. It's not a very pretty name, but I think it kind of captures what this is about. It was called by one of the educators Science Light. In other words, it could support a science program, but it wouldn't have all the full equipment that you would find in a middle school science lab. So it could also be used for, say, social studies. It could be used, and we hope it will be used, for collaboration, project-based learning, or group instruction with outside speakers, all the things that collaboration space can support. Individual study by students and research. Each of the teams will also have a breakout small group instruction space. We have know that this is absolutely critical in terms of special education, English language learners, students who have special needs, including gifted and talented students who need to have space where they can be working on their own. There's a real need throughout schools for these small spaces. This is something that I come across again and again when I go to older schools, that the need is there, but the spaces are not. And so people are using custodial closets. They're using the space underneath stairways for small pull-out space because the older schools were simply not built with this in mind. We're very alert to this, and you'll find a variety of spaces with a variety of sizes throughout the school. Each learning team does have one of these. You might call it a seminar room if you prefer, resource room, the various names, and of course storage. But also each pair of grade level learning teams will have an instructional coach faculty planning room, which will be shared between two of the teams. Science preparation room, that's very typical, that you would find a single preparation room for two science labs. And then a special education classroom that would be associated with the pair. So that there would be full support for the students and for the needs of the educators within the learning team, but then the students would have access to the specials, music, art, PE, tech ed, outside of the team environment. And that really fulfills the middle school goal, which is to give them a kind of the nurturing environment within the team, and then to have that growth in independence as they negotiate their own schedules by attending the specials. Another theme that you'll find throughout this ed spec is what I call resilience, which is durability and flexibility combined. We need to design our schools for great durability. The expectation is that the facility will be there for 50 years. Hopefully it'll undergo at least one major renovation in 50 years, but even that is sometimes in question. So it needs to have a structure which is very, very durable, a facade that is very strong, what we call the building envelope, including the roof. It needs to be low maintenance. It needs to be very efficient in terms of energy consumption and water use. And at the same time, it has to be flexible and adaptable. If we're talking about a 50-year period and we think about the transformations that have happened in our society and in education in the last 50 years, we can expect educational methods and approaches are going to change. Student demographics and enrollments will change. They'll go up, they'll go down. Student needs will change. The community needs will change. We don't know what the community itself will expect and how they'll want to use a facility. Technology, we can count on it by 3 years from now, by the time this is under construction, the technology that you're using today will already be to some extent going out of date. And we have to have the ability to be able to incorporate new technology. Legislative mandates for the next round of blueprint in then say 12, 14, 15 years will be just as difficult to negotiate as blueprint is now, I can assure you. And there will be environmental conditions that are going to be changing. We're going to be seeing increase, I think, heat waves. We're going to be seeing the storm events, wind events that are just not typical of the past. And so the facility challenge that we all face who are in this field is how do we make a school which is both durable and has good solid walls like these, and at the same time is flexible to adapt to different teaching styles, all the changes that I've mentioned. And we've seen solutions that don't work. The makeshift of putting in a partition to separate two groups of students who are working, which provides no acoustic separation whatsoever. It creates all the opportunities for distraction for young minds. It's very ad hoc, but it's something that in desperation teachers will certainly do. The accordion-style folding partitions were very popular in the 60s, 70s. They don't work at all. They're flimsy, they deteriorate very quickly, and above all, they have no acoustic separation qualities whatsoever. Better than that are the large, very durable partitions, many of them motor-driven, like the one you're seeing here in the gymnasium. They can be hand-operated, too. It's the kind of thing that you might see in a conference center, in a pocket, and can be brought out. They do serve pretty well. But we're also very interested in newer systems that have come onto the commercial market that are demountable, that provide a very, very high level of acoustic performance. There are different gradations of acoustic performance, but they also have built-in systems. They carry data within them. They carry electrical within them. They have marker boards that you can ask for. They can be plugged in, essentially, but they can't be changed at the flick of a wrist. Basically, it's either an overnight operation by the maintenance staff or an outside vendor or over a weekend. And offices do this all the time, commercial offices, as they adapt to new tenants, new tenant requirements, and so forth. The question is, can we bring that into the schools? There's a cost factor that has to be looked at. These are not going to be cheap. But to investigate it at this point, it would be a challenge to the architectural engineering team to say, is this going to be feasible or not? Can we prepare for this kind of thing so it can build resilience into the size of our classrooms? If we need to subdivide classrooms, say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because of student needs, being able to do it over a weekend, say, rather than having to simply live and put up temporary partitions, even using bookcases like we sometimes find as a way to separate out the spaces. The schedule here, and it is provisional because obviously a lot of things are up in flux. If the scope is approved, the planning option is approved in the summer, then procurement of design services could begin over the summer and into the fall. We would request state planning approval in October with this coming year's capital improvement program for FY 2025. Design phase would begin in the coming winter and would last probably about 14 or 15 months into the spring of 2025. Requests for state funding would come in October of 2024. Now, that would be the first tranche of state funding. A project like this would require at least 2 years of state funding, so there would be another request in the following October. And then bid award of the construction in the winter and spring of 2025 with the goal of starting work in the summer of 2025. The day the kids are out, the next day the contractor is in. And they've actually started activity before that. So you can use the summer months as advantageously as possible, assuming that actually if it's at either site, because there are construction impacts, even if you're building a standalone facility at some distance from the high school, there's still going to be impacts. And occupancy then, under an 18-month construction schedule, give or take, January of 2027 or August of 2027. If construction does proceed and you can have a January 2027 opening, that's still a policy decision that has to be made. Mid-year openings are not easy to do. It's a short time frame to get everybody moved in. There are some advantages to it, obviously, but you might want to wait, and there are advantages to waiting. Give the building, kick the tires, period, with the building to make sure everything works properly, that staff is well-trained in maintenance and so forth. Cost schedule for this optimum standalone 5 to 8 facility, we're looking at about $48.5 million all in. This is what we call a parametric method of estimating, basically applying $1 per square foot figure to the square footages that are generated through the educational specification, adding the site percentage and so on. The feasibility study estimates will be more accurate. They're going to be done on a system-by-system basis. In other words, to say HVAC is so much a square foot, electrical is so much a square foot, following through in a very standard methodology. And I hope we're not in for serious surprises, but we just never know. And they also are people being done by professionals who have their finger on the construction market and can estimate much more accurately than a person like myself can do of what's actually happening in construction. Since cost is such a critical issue, I do have a few things I want to talk about.
I just wanted, before we go to the cost schedule, the information on the previous table there was sort of a development at the last EdSpecs meeting that probably people aren't aware of, and so that community health center line item might require some explanation.
Oh, yes, okay, thank you very much for bringing that up. It should have been in here. Right. The state will participate in funding up to 3,000 square feet of what is called cooperative use space, which is space which can be used by a community group. And it can have benefits for the students, it can be joint use, or it can be purely for the benefit of the community. Generally, what we see are, in the Eastern Shore, health centers. Caroline County, Dorchester County both have those. You have one at Rock Hall Elementary School, just around the corner.
Queen Anne's has them now, too.
What is-
Queen Anne has them now, too.
Queen Anne has them. Boys and Girls Club, before and after school programs, weight room, an enhanced weight room used by the police force in Western Maryland, a computer center that's open to the community in Garrett County that is used very heavily by the community as well as by the students. And these have been tremendously beneficial to communities. So Dr. Couch and I had a conversation with Chop Tank Community Health, the organization that is working in Dorchester, Caroline, and Queen Anne.
And here. And here.
And here, yes, that's right. And they were enthusiastic about having a facility at the new middle school.
And I just want to back up a little bit as well, because we had written a federal grant to try to expand our community schools, and one of the goals for Kent County Middle School was to come up with a community health center. So it wasn't driven by administration, it was driven by the school. So that was part of their goals from their needs assessment as well.
That's great. And part of the really good news, not only because of the services that it provides to the community, is that it won't require any money from the county commissioners, because the state will pick up its share and Chop Tank will pick up 100% of its share. You know, there are all kinds of design issues, have separate entrance, having a very clear partition between the school and this area where adults will be coming during the day. Have to be concerned about that. They have a van which looks to be about 16, 18 feet long that has to find a parking space. All of that has to be designed in. But it won't be a problem at all for the designers. I think they'll really relish the task. Thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate it. Let's see, moving forward here. Just to talk about some of the cost assumptions. The cost is based on new construction rather than renovation. We want the ed spec to clearly define the project scope. We don't want scope creep. That is something that happens in projects. You're familiar with that term, I'm sure. The wish list of impact. And in a sense, we've put the wish list phase behind us now. We're into the real nuts and bolts aspect of this. The costs are for current situation, as if the project were going to be starting construction this year. And that has a lot to do with the unpredictability of the future. We could be providing a very misleading information if we tried to estimate what this will cost in the future. It also assumes that there won't be any really unusual, unforeseen conditions. And it also assumes that the Kent County's location will not carry a premium with it. I was very, very pleased when I learned the results of the bidding for a Kent County High School roof. Surprised, actually, at the amount of competition that you received. I had been carrying a Kent County location premium before, of about 1% additional, and I dropped that after that bid because I think you are in a good position now to get good competition. And competition is probably the most important single factor that can drive down costs on bid day. There are factors, obviously, that can affect the future costs, unforeseen conditions like soils, hazmats, underground water. Construction cost escalation, as I've mentioned, is an unknown. Design requirements that may come out through the design process that might require changes of square footage. Market conditions at times of bid, we just don't know. Competition is critical, getting a good set of drawings out there, beating the bushes, as we say, using a construction manager to really get out there and get good competition. There could be new regulatory requirements, we just don't know. A list of factors that goes into estimating. The goal here is never to overinflate, but at the same time not to miss anything. That's critical, a critical factor. So the assumption here is the state funding participation is 50% of eligible costs, which translates usually to about somewhere high 30s, low 40s of actual total project costs. Cost per square foot, $385 a square foot. Site work, 19%. Renovation, it would be 5% so for site work. Not including construction cost escalation. Contingencies we always carry for unforeseens. and then project development costs. And any one of these factors could change. We don't have the new dollar per square foot cost from the IEC yet. They haven't delivered it. They haven't sent it out yet. But once they do, we'll go back and we'll be changing our estimates. Construct cost reduction measures that can be put in place. Square footage is the most important. Just making sure that you don't increase the square footage, try and reduce it if you possibly can. Right now, at over $600 a square foot, all in, it's very serious. Just even adding 1,000 square feet is a very significant impact on a project. So we have to be very careful. If the decision is to do renovation, there are certain options. You don't have to do a full gut and rehab, as we call it, where you strip it down to the structure. You might be able to keep certain areas. More difficult to do in an older facility like Kent County Middle School, which has not been touched for a long time. But it is something that we would look at. You definitely want to avoid phasing if you can. Phasing adds 15 to 25% to a project. The timing is absolutely crucial. You don't bid on a Monday. That's what basic rule thumb. Contractors are not going to give you a good price on a Monday. They might give you a better price on a Tuesday. You watch what else is bidding in the area. You avoid it, that kind of thing. Competition, as I said, and also bundling. If you can combine several projects together, you can reduce costs. Next steps, April, approval, right now, approval of the ed spec. In June, hopefully approval of the final planning option. October of 2023, application for state planning approval. Solicitation for AE and project manager services in the fall and winter, and then project design starting in the winter and spring. So I'd be happy to take any questions at this point.
When do you, I don't know if you can answer this or Dr. Couch, so I'll just throw it up.
Okay.
When do we anticipate that we're going to get the feasibility study results?
Well, we put in the specs that we wanted it May, June.
I thought it was that.
And just to let you know, we also asked them to provide update to the board before the completion and potentially do a joint meeting with the county commissioners so we could also present that information that would play into decisions by the board.
Would we be doing community input meetings for the feasibility study recommendations?
There will be a couple of opportunities for the public to listen to the feasibility study. Whether we'll do 3 or 4, I doubt that will happen. We'll probably do 2.
So,
And-
when listening sessions or whatever you want
Yeah,
to call
right.
them, is it, will we be soliciting the community's input to help us reach our decision? Or is it more along the lines of informing them of this is what
Informing
we've
them,
learned?
yeah,
Okay.
informing them of, well, they will probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Lever, but they will probably prioritize where they think is the best bang for our buck in terms of what makes the most sense. Because there are, obviously, we're looking at potential other sites, but there might be cost to purchasing the land, and so that drives up the cost. So all of those things will be played out and communicated very clearly. And I'm sure there'll be opportunities for the community to provide input. But whether that will, ultimately drive the decision of the board, I guess you'll have to
Yeah,
to make
well,
that
I mean,
determination.
I don't know if everybody's preference is being driven by what's going to make it most cost-effective for us. I know there's
Right.
at least one other entity out there that's looking for the building to be in a certain location because it's the best for them.
Right,
So,
Also,
yeah.
I'm wondering,
I know what you mean.
regardless of what's best financially, because I know we have to be careful with that, but I do believe one of the most important things is what's best for our kids.
Yeah.
And when you take and you throw the middle school over into the high school, because I think I saw one thing where it was
Attached.
attached, and I myself can't see that as one of the best options for our children. I can't see that as an option, period.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that too. I mean, it's interesting, Dr. Lieber, when you were mentioning about this idea, obviously we're going to plan out for all of the bells and whistles, right? And then looking at the cost of that, then it's pretty much determined what is needed, what's a priority, what's not. But I was sitting here when you were talking about that. Clearly, the community did not want to have students, 8th grade students, mingling with the high school.
Yep.
There was no appetite for any type of, connection whatsoever, but yet if we pull resources away to shave costs, to make it more palatable for everyone, then we're basically just leaning back to this idea that if we share resources, the students could potentially have this interaction that the community doesn't want anyway. So I would just say that as we go through the process, give
and take.
It's a give and take. So we have to be mindful of and I know you mentioned there was really no, this is what we want as a community. There was kind of split and all of that. So I understand that. And in some respects, I think the process allows us to kind of sift through that, and we'll get to a different place, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
But when I was hearing you talk about that, I'm thinking that there are some folks that want to just shave right off the bat, potentially, and then it gets us back to what we as in the community doesn't want anyway.
Right, and I think that's where the feasibility study is incredibly helpful, because they are looking at some of those underlying reasons why it may be cost-effective, but it doesn't make sense in the overall scheme of things. For instance, the high school being on a block schedule and the middle school being on a 7-period day. Someone might say, well, one can change. Well, not really. Middle school students on a block schedule is not beneficial to our students, and it's not beneficial to the program. Switching the high school back to a 7-period day makes no sense, because through the blueprint and going on a dual enrollment and ability to take courses at the colleges, that makes no sense, because dual credit and block scheduling mirrors, it aligns a lot better than it does with the 7-period day. So can we merge those, knowing those challenges, can we merge the two programs together? It may not be possible, even though it may be cost effective, it may not be programmatically effective, and doesn't make sense. So that's where that feasibility study will be helpful.
I think if we're driven in terms of priorities, what Ms. Dorsey said, that ultimately the most guiding principle
Is our
should be
students.
what is best for our kids, which means it may not be the most cost-effective thing, but ultimately that's what all of we took an oath for when we became Board of Education members. So in a way, that may alleviate some of the angst of the decisions we have to make if we remember that's what we got to do.
Yeah, and I'll just add simply, if we utilize or use resources together, we may not want our 8th graders or 7th graders going to the high school to use the gym, right? When the next class in is, I'm not saying seniors are a problem, but obviously we don't want them commingling. But if the specs come back, well, a middle school would be great with a large gymnasium and 2 smaller gyms, for that's something to consider. Maybe we don't need that. So there's a real difference in how we look at it, that I'll be curious to see what comes forward. So.
Right. The feasibility study will present the pros and cons of each option in considerable depth, including the cost issues, obviously, but everything you speak to, Ms. Dorsey, what you're saying about the educational impact, the social emotional impact, all of that has to be taken into account. It's not just a kind of a cold-blooded study in numbers.
Yeah.
One of the reasons for looking at the attachment option, and we know how problematic it is, believe me, we've been through a lot of discussion on this, but one of the reasons we're looking at it is because the state itself is saying you've got a lot of square footage in that facility. Now, on paper, it's a very underutilized facility. We know when we go through it, we find very, very few spaces that aren't being used. We do find some, but, and some spaces that could be used better. Obviously, there's more efficiency could be gained, but it's nothing like what shows up on paper using the state's methodology. They're saying, one option that they actually threw out was, so why don't you just bring the middle school into the high school, join them together, and then you look at the numbers and everything works out just great. Not taking into account the educational impact, the community preference at all. We know that is not an option. But we're looking at that. As an architect, it makes sense to look at it, just to say, is it a good option? Not. But it also makes sense because the state is going to raise that issue.
And we
And
have
in
to
a
be
sense,
able
what
to
we're doing
answer
is
it.
heading that argument off by saying, we are looking at it seriously.
Yeah.
So I just have another question going back to
Sure.
soil, hazmat, all of this stuff. It's been years going that the hospital and the town of Chestertown, there have been issues with water quality based on the hospital and what the groundwater looks like and where it's gone, et cetera. I know there are some folks that are absolutely would love to have the middle school be built in the sports fields in town, right next to the other building. When this is all looked at, and I know it wasn't the priority issue, but obviously the community didn't, is there any testing or any type of that environmental analysis that goes on that looks at water or looks at something and is like, whoa, we have a problem here and we need to figure this out?
There is a civil engineer as part of the feasibility study team. They'll be looking at issues like that. It will not be the same level of depth of investigation that you get during the design phase, where you have a civil engineer as part of the design
Sure.
team. But they will be looking to find, is there any evidence, for instance, of hazmats, of soil problems? We raised the issue today about stormwater management. Any small site where you're going to be having paving, a building footprint, other kinds of impervious cover, you have to be worried about the stormwater management. Maryland has very, very high criteria in terms of stormwater management disposal, and that can be a significant cost increase. It can be a significant amount of area that's actually taken up in a site, pushing other things into a smaller footprint, but the cost can be really astronomical.
Yeah.
So we need them to be looking at that very carefully, and that's where the civil engineer comes into play.
Because
Look,
at the time of, if a decision came forward that the renovation of the current middle school would be the ideal spot, which I know it didn't sift out that way, but if it were, then that would have to be addressed in new school build if there's water quality issues or contamination or
Absolutely.
anything,
Absolutely.
which could jack the price up tremendously based on, potentially.
Yes, we don't know.
We don't
We don't
know.
know.
Right. Utilities are important. I mean, we were talking about electrical service at the high school site, at the Wharton site. Will it be sufficient for the new square footage with all the demands, air conditioning, computers, and all the rest of it that a new school, new square footage involves? Because would you be seeing an increase of service at the street? And that's a real unknown right now. There are a number of unknowns. One of them that I should mention is whether or not this would be designated as an emergency shelter by MEMA. There's a whole set of regulations that fall into place once it's designated by the local emergency management with concurrence by MEMA. And if so, then it has to provide a certain area that can be fully air-conditioned for 24 hours a day for a certain period of time. There's a huge expense that goes with that. We don't know at this point. We're going to be having those
We're gonna
meetings
have
to find
explore
out.
that.
There's a whole lot of investigation that still has to take place, even at this early stage, before we get even get close to design.
I have a question about the finances. I haven't heard much about that. How much will the state be willing to put into this project?
We
I
had
think
it
it
on the
was 20
slide.
million or something.
We had it on the other slide.
Let's see.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we've got to come up with another, 30 million, okay? So we've got a few things going on right now with the budget. Who knows what that's going to be next year? And then we've got the Kerwin coming up. So I'm just curious of how we are going to approach this with the county, and will the state come in and give us more money if we don't have the money even to do this project?
No.
Because you want to, I know you want to move ahead with this, but if you don't have the financing up front, how are you going to do it?
Right.
And we don't want to float a bond, I don't think, to
Well,
even-
we can't float a bond. We do not have that capability. It all construction, public school construction is done through the county government. So the feasibility study is going to help us determine what option it is, and that's where it's going to be critical to talk with the county commissioners. In talking with Mrs. Merritt, it is still on their 5-year plan, capital plan for the middle school. Whether, conditions are such that it can't be something that we move forward right away, then it'll just have to be shelved for a while. I mean, those are all decisions that will have to come, but we have to get to a place where we have numbers and we can share that information with the county.
I understand.
And the capital improvement money is different from our operations money.
Yes, it's totally different.
And, I mean, if you consider that right now, the county is considering a $30 million construction for a public safety campus and renovation of the Department of Corrections, they are aware that there are big ticket items coming, not just for the school.
I understand, I've heard that argument about what they want to put up. What I'm trying to say is, we just got to be careful, we don't bite off more than, you've got, first of all, the budget this year, you got to come up with a lot of money, and then you have, on top of that, the Kerwin. I just don't see where the money's going to be there unless the state will come and significantly help us. That's all I'm pointing out, and no one really talks about the money except.
No, we are completely aware of the money.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring it up.
And we are, but we have to advocate for our kids, and we have to advocate for the district. So our responsibility as a board and as administration is to bring the project forward as a need and and something that we would like to move forward. It is in the 5-year plan for the county commissioners. Ultimately, they are the decision makers, and they have to make that decision, but we have to make the ask, and we have to go forward with the ask.
Yeah, and I'll just add, these are unusual times, and we get it, but in the last 6 years that I've been on the board, new HVAC units, new roof, new football field, new X, Y, and Z. Each year through the budget process, it's always been, we're strapped. So we just, all that we want to get to is a place that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Couch, but I think you just said this, if I heard you properly, we just want to know what we're talking about. That's it.
I get it.
And if it does get to a point where they say, there's a no-fly zone, well,
Then,
that's what it is,
but the point of the matter
Yeah.
is, we have to make the ask. We have to advocate for our district, and we have to advocate
For
for
the
the
students.
students.
Well, and the county, when we did our 6-year facilities planning.
Was part of that.
Was part of that discussion and came forward with a dollar amount. And we are actually close to the dollar amount that 6 years ago they came up with for us to be able to do this project. So at this point, it is our obligation to ask, and then they have to figure out if they can do it.
And Mr. Rhodes, to your point about whether the state can give more, the figure that you're seeing here, $21.1 million in the chart up there of the state contribution,
It's,
that's based on current formula, but the state does have a provision that allows for an exception, for an increase to be made if the argument can be presented. It has to be extremely detailed. Greensboro Elementary School, which was replaced in Caroline County, they went through this. They were the first in the state to go through this exercise, and they increased their state funding by going through this extremely detailed, talking about every single space, how it will be used, why it has to be there. That kind of justification is necessary. And it's an exercise that's well worth it if you're going to get additional
I'm sure we
state.
could do that. The question, I'm sure that could be done. We could come up with, the answers for them. But how much extra money did they get for that project?
I'm not sure.
20% more or 30, be nice to know.
Yeah, I'd
They
have
went
to
through that
ask.
program. I'm just looking way ahead, that's all. I like to plan ahead. And I understand the kids are first, I get all this, but the money is definitely going to be an issue in this county. I can just see it coming, so. And I see your point about putting up a $35 million prison. I don't know much about that, but
this isn't the start of this conversation. We've been talking to the county about this for 6 years.
I'm sure you have. And I'm sure you have. I'm not going to continue anymore on that.
I'm just shocked that all of us could not be here when the school's completed. The 2027 number, who knows, the world could turn upside down. That's just fascinating, the length, and I understand it, but, wow.
I know.
Yeah,
That's the
interesting.
nature of the business we're in.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of us spend time in our garage in Woodstock.
Yeah, I understand.
We get something done that we can actually vote on.
Okay, so the administration recommends approval of the Kent County Middle School educational specifications.
And so as Dr. Couch mentioned, the request for approval for the KCMS ed specs, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McGee has a second. Any further comments, questions, concerns?
I just want to make a request, because as in-depth as your 18-page slide presentation was, the 170-page report is actually very substantial and has a lot of information in it, and I just ask that we also put that available for download on the KCMS project page on the website, the full ed specs report.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
May I say something?
Yeah, please.
All I have to say is that we got this 5 days ago, and I understand you've been doing this for months, but this is a lot to absorb in 5 days. And I would like to have a little more time to go over it. I'm sure everything's fine in here, but I know you've been working on it for months, years on this project. But, you know, that's just my opinion. I wish I'd had a little more time instead of getting this 5 days ago. And then we're supposed to study the whole thing, so. But maybe it's fine in here, it might be just okay.
Any additional comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm
I
gonna
vote
oppose.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes, 1 opposed, and Mr. Wallace?
I say yes.
Okay. The motion passes as presented. Thank you, Dr. Lieber.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Dr. Couch, are we okay to go back to?
Yes, let's go back to Golden Acre, please.
Okay, Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. I am here before you tonight to present the April 2023 Golden Anchor Award winner. This award can go to an employee or a group of employees that exemplify the mission, vision, and core values of our school system. And again, any parent, staff member, or student may nominate an employee for this award. This month's winner is one of our lead custodians, who is in attendance with us this evening, Anton Black. Before we honor and celebrate Anton, I would just like to share some words that were sent in from his colleagues, just to talk about the impact that he has on the staff and students at his school. Mr. Tony always has a smile for staff and students. He is the epitome of a perfect employee. He is ready in a minute to help move any items, clean up a spill, and he never complains. Additionally, he interacts well with students, always offering an encouraging word for them. He is kind and patient. He is a great role model for all of our students. Our students will come to him and share their accomplishments with him, or even when they are hurt or upset. Our students clearly trust him. Anton, please join us up here this evening as we honor and celebrate you as our April Golden Anchor.
Congratulations, Mr. Black. Okay, we're going to move on to the FY24 superintendent's budget.
Yes, one fun thing after another, yes. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to share is obviously our mission and vision statements. Our vision is that all KCPS students will graduate equipped to achieve their highest potential, And of course, our mission is that we are an anchor organization that creates an environment of academic excellence through a collaborative, equitable, and rigorous learning community. Our goals in our strategic plan they haven't changed. Our goals are through 2025. We will support early learning, and you'll see that a lot of these goals actually align themselves pretty well with our blueprint plan. So we have this in place prior to that. We have, students will have equitable access to rigorous, culturally relevant curriculum and instruction aligned to Maryland college and career readiness standards. KCPS leaders and teachers and support staff will have access to an array of professional development learning opportunities set within highest employee standards to support optimal student outcomes. Goal number 4, to create an inclusive culture that meets the social emotional needs of our students. Goal 5, we will ensure that families and community partners will be informed, engaged, and supported for students' academic success. And goal 6, we will have state-of-the-art learning spaces, tools that are equitable and inclusive. As you know, we talked about the blueprint requirements. Pillar 1, I won't go through all the details again through early childhood education, but these obviously impact our budget and are items that we have to consider through the budgeting process. We have to ensure that we have fully funded full-day pre-K, which we are already ahead of the game with that. But we also have to think about implementing mixed delivery pre-K system. You heard during our blueprint presentation that we're already working on that with regard to identifying eligible private providers and working with them so that they meet the high standards that are required through the blueprint. We are also required to administer the kindergarten readiness assessments. We have been one of the counties that have been testing all of our students, and now every county has to test all of their students, not just a sampling of students that were taking the test in the past. And then we have to plan for Judy Center expansion. Although that's not in our immediate plan for future right away, we have to consider that as we move forward.
What would that entail? You mean more students?
No, it would mean that we would come up with another
services?
location
Oh.
for a service area for another Judy Center
Okay.
expansion. I mean, we've looked at that to consider Rock Hall would be a logical place, but obviously we have to have funding to match the funding that we would get from the state. So that is something we have to consider, but it's not in the immediate plans, but is a requirement of the blueprint. We also have to consider Pillar 2, which is our high quality and diverse teachers and leaders, monitoring the quality and diversity of teacher candidates and workforce. You'll note that we have on our website, we have our hiring and diversity report that we had to submit through the blueprint, and we have to identify ways in which we will continue to work and bring in more diverse teacher candidates and a diverse workforce. I know that Mr. Hushin went to South Carolina or North Carolina? North Carolina to to participate with a job fair there where there were a lot of diverse candidates. Some of them even asked where Maryland was. And so our hope was to try and recruit some of them to come to Maryland, although it seemed like a reach for some of them to even consider coming to Maryland, particularly when everyone is looking for diverse candidates. And one of our challenges is that we don't have as many diverse candidates actually seeking the teaching profession as something they're interested in going into. So that's where our Grow Your Own programs are really helpful, because we can identify some of our diverse candidates locally. Some of our instructional assistants, diverse candidates are going towards the Grow Your Own program and becoming certified teachers. You heard at our awards program, we had a number of our instructional assistants that are in the Grow Your Own program, and we are paying for them to work towards getting their teaching degree. Teacher preparation programs, that is in conjunction with our colleges and universities. can we bring programs where we can better prepare, not only better prepare our teachers, but think of ways in which we can meet the demands that they have. Many of them have other jobs, so they want to be able to prepare to be a teacher in the evenings, on the weekends, and so we're working towards coming up with some programs for them to be part of the teacher preparation programs that meet their time requirements. Pathways for paraprofessionals to become teachers, our Grow Your Own program. Teachers are encouraged to obtain their national board certification. We have a program where we've got 10 candidates, 12 candidates that are enrolled in that program, and hopefully will get their national board certification within the time frame where we can utilize them in some of our schools of need. Implement an educator career ladder. That is, we have to start working with our bargaining unit to create a career ladder. That's going to be a huge undertaking, and I know that Mr. Hushin has submitted a grant to help us with that. We actually made the first cut, and so we're excited and we're hopeful that we will get that grant, which will provide us with some resources to work on that career ladder, and also address the national board certification. Encourage teachers to obtain master's degrees. One of the reasons we talked about that was because with dual credit, if we have more of our teachers that have master's degree in the content area, they can actually teach dual credit courses at the high school instead of our students having to travel to the college to get those dual credit courses. And then improve educator compensation. We have the requirement to provide a 10% by June of 2024, and then our teachers have to have a beginning salary of $60,000 in 2026. The Pillar 3 is the college and career readiness. We have to provide equitable opportunities for students to become college and career ready in English language arts, and we also have to ensure that they're also college and career ready in math. So those are the requirements that are driving us in terms of coming up with a support pathway for our students who are not college and career readiness, and how are we going to document how we're providing that support. So what we have done locally is we've developed a really fine document in terms of meeting with our students, defining what areas they are good at, what areas they need help, and how are we going to provide that support so that they are college and career ready at the end of 10th grade. And then offering post-CCR pathways for our students in grades 11 and 12. They got cut off at the bottom, but that's what we're doing in Pillar 3. Pillar 4 is more resources to ensure all students are successful. This is the pillar which has the funding that is provided for concentration of poverty schools. As you know, we have 2 schools that are concentration of poverty. They are Rock Hall and Garnett. Henry Highland Garnett Elementary Schools are concentration of poverty schools, and we expect that Kent County Middle School will be the next one coming up at some point in time. We just don't know where the numbers are going to fall. But I would say within the next couple of years, Kent County Middle School will be our next concentration of poverty school. Implement English learner work group recommendations, and then enhance our student health services. Pillar 5 is the governance and accountability, developing the implementation plan, which we have submitted, and we did get some feedback on that, so we'll be meeting as a steering committee to talk about some of that feedback that was received and what we need to do to submit our plan and get that, well, it's been submitted, but to revise our plan and make sure that it gets approved by the AIB and MSDE. Information sharing and staff training. We've talked about creating some videos that we would upload onto the website so that our employees can view those videos and understand a little bit more about each of the pillars, and find out more information about the areas that are of interest to them. Obviously, the early childhood area may not be as helpful or enriching, if you will, to the high school and secondary teachers, but certainly our elementary teachers would be very much interested in that. So we want to be able to create documents that are helpful to our staff. Program review, constantly reviewing our program and looking at the fiscal monitoring. One of the requirements of the blueprint is that 75% of all blueprint dollars are allocated to the schools. And so we've already done our analysis and we've more than met that criteria for fiscal monitoring. But we'll have to keep close monitoring of that to make sure that we never go below that, because we have to ensure that 75% is allocated. Some of the school systems are actually having difficulty with that level of requirement because they are not meeting that 75%, so they're asking questions about can they actually add in like the cost of the building and utilities and those kinds of things, and AIB is saying no, the direct money.
I was going to say, what sort of things are,
Staffing,
well, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, what, the biggest part of our budget is salaries, so
Yeah.
that counts, huh?
yes.
Okay.
And any kind of resources, books, supplies, anything that we have that's allocated directly to the schools.
Okay.
So, Dr. Couch, does that mean, very simply, that if there was a school system that had a very top-heavy system with administrators or in that space, that this is the blueprint's
Problematic.
way of trying to kind of align funding back to the students?
Right.
And not so much at a central office somewhere?
Right.
So that then implies that we, based on your comments, that as of right now, we'll continue to monitor, but as of right now, we're in pretty good shape?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that is tiny, so I'm going to look at my, printout. This is just a slide to show the revenues versus the '23 budget. It looks at what level we were funded at in '23, what the projected revenue will be in '24, and where the increases and decreases are within the budget itself. You will note of particular interest in the foundation. One of the things that we've constantly heard from the state is the money is there. You will see the money come for the blueprint through the foundation, which is where we would get our monies to provide salary compensation for our employees. And you'll see that we saw a decrease of $391,232. So that was very distressing for us as a school system because we saw that negative amount. Now, we saw some other increases, but you'll note that they, now with the blueprint, the money is in restricted line items. So you'll see that there was a slight increase in concentration of poverty, $40,000. That goes directly to Rock Hall Elementary School.
Why to Rock Hall as opposed to splitting it?
Because there are two avenues in which you receive funding for concentration of poverty. The first one is the personnel grant, which is to pay for the RN and pay for the community liaison or the person like Flo Terrell
Outreach
and
person.
also, yeah.
Jury.
So that is the first. And then the second level of funding is based on per pupil. And it's based on your level of concentration of poverty at that school, and you have to meet a certain criteria, and then they give you a per pupil amount for that grant, and the only one that qualified for that grant this coming year is Rock Hall.
Is that because Rock Hall has such a
Higher.
small?
They have a higher concentration
Yeah,
of poverty.
what, 80% as opposed to 75 or something like that?
Right.
Okay.
And then that 40,000 is based on per pupil, so they're a small school, so they don't see as much.
Okay.
You'll see that we saw a small decrease in national board certification. There was a slight increase in compensatory education and a slight increase in transportation. So all of that meant that we saw an increase overall from the state revenue. It's up $332,000. But as I stated, the foundation itself, which is where we have requirements that we have to put in place for meeting mandated salary compensation and also for the career counselor for the middle and high school, has to come out of the foundation amount. So that was our first challenge. You will see that the county funds, the amount for maintenance of effort is up $501,000. And so that does provide us with some help with regard to building this budget. But overall, when you add in the state and county increase, it's $833,000 increase. The current budget overview, one of the things that we did, we utilized fund balance last year to help us with meeting the mandated salary increases. The amount of increase that we saw from the from the county last year was $14 over the prior year. So as I noted, for next year in '24, we'll see a $501,000 increase from the county. Last year, it was a $14, not $14 per student, $14, period, from one budget year to the next. And so we had a fairly large fund balance, and so we felt that that was a way for us to be mindful of utilizing existing monies that we had and not over-obligate the county. So we used a fund balance to help support the mandates that we were required to do. But looking forward in '24, when we saw those monies were not adequate for us to do what we needed to do, the best thing for us moving forward in '24 was to reduce as much as we could so that we could see where we were at in '24 with our budget amount, that we had to sustain what we had. So we looked in areas in which we could reduce the budget. We reduced it in special education.
How did you do that? Because I feel like special education, those needs, the number of our
Right.
students receiving
This-
services continues to increase.
Right, as I noted when we talked about this in prior meetings, and I will reiterate this, it was because we anticipated that we will not have as many out-of-county.
I gotcha, okay, yeah.
Out-of-county placements, which is a gamble, because you never know when we might see another case in which a student will need that placement, and then we're kind of, all bets are off if we have to allocate that money again, allocate those dollars again. We looked at fixed charges. We were over budgeted in areas of fixed charges, so we felt like we could reduce $500,000 off of that, which reduced our budget by $700,000 from FY '23 to FY '24. So the starting place for '24 that we needed just to maintain what we have was $30,080,914. So what impacts the FY '24 budget? There's been a 7% inflation increase in the operating budget. I think any small business or any business has seen inflation with food costs, with utilities. The inflation has affected our budget. Curriculum needs in our schools, the need to purchase and maintain our formative assessments to continue in our trajectory for improving student achievement. We have to replace special needs bus that is going out of service next year, and 2 maintenance vans that would replace 2 of our maintenance vans that are over 15 years old. Increased budget for uniform replacement at Kent County High School for our athletic program. Insurance, health insurance increase, and of course, the blueprint for Maryland's future requires that we have salary mandates for meeting the 10%. We also have to pay for dual credit for our high school students. This year, we paid for the course. Next year, we have to pay for the course, fees, and books. So that's an increase in what we have to budget for as well. And then we're mandated in FY '24 to hire a career counselor for middle and high school.
On the transportation thing, didn't we buy some vans?
For student transport,
Yeah,
not for.
well,
Yeah.
I know, and I'm looking at, and I thought maybe they were being used primarily for the special needs. Is that not the case?
Yeah, it could be used for transporting, for field trips, for
Okay,
special needs,
okay.
for a lot of, but it's mainly for student transportation.
Well, no, so I was thinking instead of buying a special needs big bus.
Oh, no, this one would be
we
for a
do-
regular route.
Oh, okay, that's what,
Yeah,
okay.
and I would note that the regulations are such in Comar that you're not allowed to use a van to regularly transport,
Okay.
or in lieu of
Like
transporting
the
them with a
regular-
bus.
The regular route, I gotcha, okay.
So what are the detailed increases for FY '24 that we have to account for in this budget? We will see an increase in retirement by $75,000. Our health insurance is going up by $190,000. Retiree health up by almost $29,000. We have to transfer $106,573 to the Workforce Investment Board. For the blueprint, that is kind of a weird dynamic. All school systems have to come up with MOUs with the Workforce Investment Board.
Is that through Chesapeake College?
No,
Okay.
it's actually, well, we work with them, but it's
Okay.
not through them.
Okay.
It's a state program,
Okay.
But every county has to develop an MOU with the Workforce Investment Board for their region. And we transfer the money to them, they keep a percentage, and then they give it back to us. Initially, it's really bizarre. I don't understand why we can't just have the money, but what we had to do is, they mandated that they keep 10% of the $106,000, and then they transfer the rest to us. Ms. Stewart did a really fine job explaining how we're such a small county, and that is not going to be enough for us to pay for an average cost for a career counselor. So we showed all of the benefits, FICA, insurance, all of that, and they've agreed only to keep 5%, just so that we can try to meet our obligation for hiring the career counselor. And then I put in the late bus.
Just a
which-
question on that. So is because there's this transfer of money and it turns around, does this add to the pile of monies why fund balance is so important at the end of the year? Because we won't see reimbursement until potentially after? So that's why we have to keep money. I mean, it's not a lot, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
when you add it on top of the pile, it builds up.
Right, I mean,
It's
one
possible.
one could make that argument, yes.
Okay.
And so all of that adds up to $470,000. So if you go back to that prior slide that said we needed 30,800,000 or 780,000, then you got to add in now a new cost of 470,000. Then we went through all of the budget requests. As you'll recall, we had about $1.2 million in requests. We narrowed it down to 112,800. So then you add that onto the requirements for the FY '24 budget.
Can you
And
go back, I just wanted to look, most of those are recurring? My
Yes.
eyesight isn't that good. and I
Yeah,
forgot
there's
my
only
Yep.
one
computer. Okay.
there's one that's not, it's
The
the
showcase.
replacement of the showcase
Okay,
panels for the fine arts.
okay.
So knowing that we have a deficit moving into FY '24, we looked at ways in which we could reduce our budget on top of the $700,000. So we said reduce 5.5 teachers, 5 instructional assistants, 1 custodian. I met with the health department and looked at ways in which we could reduce our obligation to Kent County Health Department for providing the health services. Right now, we have all of our schools, we have a CNA and an RN in every school, and what we would do moving forward is only have an RN in the school. Plus, we would have the coordinator, and then we would hire one CNA that would kind of float around and help fill in when we don't have a nurse at one of our buildings.
Was that the position that the Department of Health offered to provide the salary
That was
for?
on top of.
Okay,
So there would actually be two CNAs.
okay.
Versus, we put one CNA in our budget, they would add a
provide.
second one, so that there would be two. We cut Discovery Education for the science portion of it, and so the estimated savings for those reductions would be $900,000, and that's in addition to the $700,000 that we cut out of the budget. So total of about 1.6 million.
I know there's been discussion that we're hopeful that the instructional positions will go through attrition, right?
Right.
Have we gotten any sense of that we may get a
So
few
far,
retirements?
so far, we can account for 4
Okay,
through resignations and reassignments.
okay.
And if we get this grant that we were talking about, that Mr. Hushin put in to help us with career ladder and the National Board certification, we have in there positions for instructional assistants as well. So total reductions needed to balance the FY 24 budget. As you'll see, the only revenues we're getting next year is $29,633,064. So we need, to be sustainable, we have $30,080,914.47. You have to add in all of those additional costs that I talked about, the retirement increase, the health insurance increase, the retiree health, the career counselor, the late bus, and the FY '24 requirements, which are the budget allowances that we said we were going to fund in FY '24. That leaves a deficit of $1,030,883.
But that doesn't take into account we're in the process of negotiating with our bargaining units.
That's the next slide.
Okay.
So if you add all of that, you take away the reduction of what we're planning to reduce as far as staffing, we need an additional amount for salary increases, and that's for the $1.5 million. You'll see there's a $30,663,000. That's the total expenditures for FY '24 without salary increases. Then the $1.5 million for the salary increases. Then you reduce the $900,000. We have a deficit of $1,681,610. So that is not a pretty picture.
So that's
And
what
that-
we've got to cut, right? I mean,
Yes.
we've got to, okay.
That's what we got to come up with.
That's after we have taken some supplemental money out of our fund balance, correct?
No, that's not including any fund balance at this
Okay.
point. That, we talked about what is from a financial aspect, what is the amount we could use? I mean, I'm not at a position now where I feel comfortable putting that out there as this is what we'll do. I think I'm waiting to see what additional help we will get from the state, and also from the county, and see what that number is. But what I would say to you is that this is a pretty bleak picture moving forward, and how is this possible, you might ask? It's really the mandated salary increases and the requirements of the blueprint that has put us in this position. In the past, because we were a smaller county and we didn't see as much money coming through the funding formula, we were able to negotiate salaries that were within our means. We could say, well, other counties might be giving, a 6% increase or a 5% increase, but we had to live within our means and say, this is all we can potentially live with. The problem is the blueprint mandates. We don't have that option anymore.
The problem
It is
is
a
the
mandate.
blueprint is painted every county with the same brush.
Yes. And so one of the things that I've tried to advocate through the governor's office is, and what I talked about with House Bill 1196, is the fact that there are so many states that have recognized the fact that when you're a smaller county, you just don't generate the units through the funding formula. It's just not possible because you're so small that in order to meet mandates and requirements, you don't have the population, if you will, to generate those funding units that you need in order to meet the requirements. And so I think I have to attribute a lot of the attention that Kent County is getting through the law, is getting with the legislature, is through the lobbyists that the county has hired. He has done a lot of talking to our legislators, and I think that they recognize, I know Senator King made that acknowledgement that something needs to be done. Whether it's going to be done for us in FY '24, I don't see that there's going to be a lot of help for us. My hope is that FY '25 will see a very different picture, but my commitment to my staff and my commitment to this board is that we have to be vigilant in terms of tooting our horn and getting that publicity, if you will, that it just isn't working for us. I know I talked with Delegate Grice this morning, and he said maybe what we need to do for FY '25 is put in a bill that says we have to complete a study. Now that's, I know everybody says a study, but that's not going to help us right away. But maybe you put in some funding amounts for Kent County or the smallest counties, and you put that money in there to tie the school system over until you complete the study and see just how this is impacting smaller counties. Because it's going to get worse before it gets better. Because we still have to meet the $60,000 mandate that's coming up here, just around the corner. We're just going to get through this, and then we're going to have another headache, if you will, moving forward. So what I would say to you is this is the proposition for our, I'll talk about capital requests here in a minute, but this is our proposition with this budget. I think I'm not giving up hope with regard to the state, because I'm still in contact with the governor's office. I'm still hopeful. I know that Mr. Lutke made a comment, who is the legislative advisor to the governor. He made a comment that perhaps they have some ARPA funding that they might be able to allocate to Kent County in the interim until we can figure out a long-term fix, because he was very understanding and said, you've got a short-term problem, but you've got a long-term problem too. And so my hope is that, we'll still see some help. And I'm going to keep beating the drum to see what we can do. But my caution to you is, by the end of this month, we'll know where the help, if help is coming. If it doesn't materialize, then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make some really tough budget decisions, because we will have, we'll have to make a determination of how much fund balance we want to use, but we'll also have to, there is no way that we have enough fund balance to get through this budget without making some more cuts in the budget. And we'll just have to make some decisions about the late bus. We'll have to make some decisions about what other positions we'll have to reduce. And it could get, it may not be pretty.
Or are you going to, we go to the county at some point?
We are scheduled to present, I am scheduled to present the budget to the county on, let me tell you what date that is. And I will tell you that Ms. Stewart, myself, and also Mr. Getz, we met with Mrs. Heller, Mrs. Merritt, President Fithian, and then Mr. Getz and I met with the other two commissioners one-on-one, and we shared all of this information with them. I sent this information to the governor's office. He requested that last week. I sent it to him as well, and we'll just have to see, what materializes. But let me,
I've heard the same thing about there being possibly state ARPA money, so if there's anything that we can do as a board to make that request, or even as a community to request letters be sent, or whatever the need is. And then I think on the county commissioner's agenda, I saw that they have something like 800,000 in unused ARPA funds, so maybe we could also make a Hail Mary request for some of that money.
Well, I know Chestertown, with its ARPA requests, they allocated some money under the heading of education.
Mhm.
yeah.
Mr. Rose?
I have a question.
Let me just give this date, hang on just a second. Hold on to that question just a minute.
I'm holding.
Okay, Tuesday, April the 25th, at 1 o'clock is when I present to the county commissioners.
And that's the public,
That's the
Budget
public,
work
that's
session?
the public work session for the county.
okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so when does it run out? I remember when we had the school consolidation, that you're required to use this building for so many years. And I know you've gone over this before, everyone, but you're required to use this building for so many years until it's paid off or whatever with the government. How long does that go? I mean, do you have to stay in this building?
And.
I'm just saying, could you just abandon this building and move in to the high school and get rid of all the expenses up here and move down there? I mean, how much does this place cost to run with all the people up here? And then
Well, we
down
still
there,
have, we still have to have the people.
I understand, but you have to have the offices down there, but, I mean, this just looks like, I mean, I know you have the bus, and Joe Wheeler's down there and all that, those folks,
Mm-hmm.
but it would be nice if you're close to the high school and just get rid of this expense. I don't know how much this costs.
Right.
This was brought up also during the facilities strategic
I
planning
remember.
meetings. And the county commissioners said they didn't want us to move central office because this building was still, there was still money owed to the state.
I know that, there's
And-
still money owed to the state, I understand that, but when does that run out? When does that stop?
I'm not sure, I think it was 5 years, 8 years, I don't remember.
I mean,
how
it was
much
10
longer
years
it was.
ago, or whatever, you're
Yeah,
required.
I'd have to go back and research it. I don't want to guess. I'd
Okay,
I'd
because this
have to-
building
but-
was closed, it was brand new, and the state said if you abandon it, you're gonna have to pay the state back for the money. I remember that, so that's why you moved it here.
Well, and then we would also, the facility at the high school isn't ready for us
I
to just
understand.
move
I'm
in.
just looking at
And
areas.
there was also an expense that the county at that point refused when we brought up a potential of 300,000 to make the old Wharton Elementary School structure available as a central office, and the community and the county commissioners didn't like that idea at the time either.
I mean, yeah, I think it's safe to say that there would still have to be some funding to renovate.
Gotcha.
And so my question is, if we're going to spend money to renovate, why not help us with the budget?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is we're still in a holding pattern until
Yes.
the end of the month, until we truly understand what we're talking about.
Right.
What we're looking at, hard
And-
facts.
And what I would say is, I will be in communication with you once we get to, the session ends April the 11th. And when I was talking with Delegate Grice this morning, he said the money was still up in the air with regard to that particular bill, that nobody had made any decisions yet. And I looked at the fiscal note, and it's in there now. It wasn't in there last week, but it's pretty clear in terms of what the fiscal note is.
It's interesting that they rolled in the low-density calculator into that bill.
Right.
Because that would be really good for us.
Right.
So,
Right, so I don't know. I do know that in our meetings with the county, that there was an indication that there would be more money for Kent County in '25, but we still need to get through '24. So,
Problem is in that's a nice carrot to hold out in front of us, but in 2025,
Yeah.
is when,
Yeah.
when we already know our expenses are gonna
Go
increase
up.
because we got the
the
$60,000
Right. Yeah.
for every teacher.
yeah. So anyways, we'll just have to, we may have to have a special meeting. I mean, that's the other thing that may have to happen. So, right now, our scheduled budget hearing is May the 2nd. And we have to submit a balanced budget by June 30 to MSDE. So I think the options for us will be clear with regard to the ending of the session. I did not hear back from Mr. Lutke today. I did reach out to him, and he did not return my call. So I'm sure it's fast and frantic at the end of the session. So getting a hold of people right now is not that easy. Just have to be a little patient and see how we get through this. But I'm just letting you know that we may have to go through another round of cuts.
So if you have to go and present your budget and it's $1 million under budget, what are they gonna say? What are they gonna tell you to do? Go back and cut stuff?
Who's they?
The MSD, where did you?
We can't present an unbalanced
I
budget.
understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, what would happen if you did, and then they're gonna come back and say, well, you've gotta like cut more, and said, why don't you tell us where to cut more?
No, that doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
but
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
I just,
We have-
finances in the system are so poor, I just don't understand all the money situation. I'm fiscally conservative, and I don't know how you're gonna come up with the money for all this stuff. I know you're working hard, you've been over this, you've been doing a lot of work, Dr. Couch, I understand that, but this is a tough situation, and you've been saying that. I'm just wondering where we're gonna come up with all this money. Maybe we'll get grants, maybe your grant will come through for a little bit, but this is tough,
Yep, no doubt.
you know, what do you?
No doubt we'll have to use some of our fund balance. There's no doubt about it. But we cannot use $1.6 million. That is not possible. So I would say, you know, we have to be prepared for making cuts. And, you know, part of this is also negotiated salaries. So if the money's not there, unfortunately, we may have to go back to the table and renegotiate some of the salaries if the money doesn't materialize. So, I mean, this is not anything different than any other county would have to go through in terms of building their budget and saying, this is what our ask is, and the county comes back and says, well, you may ask for this, but this is all you're going to get, then they have to go back and cut their budget. So that won't be anything different for us. But, I mean, I don't think what we're asking for and what we shared with all of the entities that we met with, we're not adding like a gazillion new positions. I mean, we're saying this is what we need just to maintain what we have. Yeah. And then the last part is our FY24 capital request for the county to finish out the roof replacement. It is in their budget, is $450,000 to replace to complete that project. And the county also has in place the $3,315,000 for the design for Kent County Middle School. So that is in there to request whether, I mean, I asked if that was still in their 5-year plan, and they said yes. So I think we have to go forward and ask for that as well. So that completes my presentation on the budget.
Are there any additional questions regarding the budget? Okay, so we're going to move on to reports. I don't believe, unless I'm mistaken, Kent County Teachers Association?
Nope.
Not here? Okay, we'll move into board discussion. Mr. Wallace?
I only got one school update, and it was from Garnett, and on April 25th, pre-K and Casey, and kindergarten registration, and then family math night and book fair will be at 6 p.m. on April 25th, and that is all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Ms. Dorsey?
I just wanted to take this opportunity, excuse me for my hoarse voice, to congratulate those who won, and that was honored on, was it April?
Just last Thursday,
Last
March
Thursday.
30th.
March 30th. And I just
Seems
wanted
longer than
to
that.
commend the teachers and the support workers who work with our students every single day and do such a great job. I know they could only have one person who won Teacher of the Year, Support Person, Educator of the Year, etc. But I just feel like they all have done such a great job, and even the ones that may not have been nominated, but yet work with our students every day, they do such a great job, and I just wanted to congratulate them on that and tell them that how needed that they are and that their work does not go unseen. I know someone had, when they gave their speech, they had included that, but many times I just associated it with being a parent of one or two, two or three children, and that could be a hard job. So imagine when you have maybe up to 30, 20 to 30 students in each class a day, and each one of those children, when you are concerned about the pupils, each one of them you regard as your children, and you're concerned about each one of them individually, for anything that you may see or any need they may have. And you can't always answer it, but it does lay heavy on your heart if you're someone whose heart is into teaching. So I thank those who take that time out and have that heart and want to see every student succeed. So I just thank them, because Kent County is fortunate to have them. That's it.
What she said.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey.
Yes, you said it
Ms.
very well.
McKee.
That's, I'm serious.
Okay.
I've got nothing to add. I just want to, but I will say that I thought the ceremony last week was really nice. It was better attended than it was the year before. The biographies of each of the nominees were great, and it must have been a very hard choice to pick the one person. And I know it was the Teacher of the Year who said, talking to her colleagues, "I see you." I thought that was really important. And when you read, when some portion of the letter of nomination was read aloud, it was clear that they were valued by their peers. And I think that's as important as getting outside validation. So, but again, what she said.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes?
Yes. First of all, I want to add to what the both of you said. I think that was great. That was a nice event. It was very well done. I also want to say, I have a few things I want to read here, but there was a football event, Fight for Chase at the high school, and Dr. Couch flipped the coin, and it was just a wonderful event. There was a lot of folks there. It was well done, and the older folks had a hard time keeping up with the younger group, but they did it. It was really good. It was just fun watching it. So I have a few issues that I want to discuss here, and you might not appreciate all of them, but I'm going to tell them anyhow. I've had a chance to tour all of the schools and have a positive look for now on Galena, Rock Hall, and Garnett. Mrs. Hemstetter has been working hard at the high school, and her goal in a few years is to have a blue ribbon school. I know that Mrs. Sperry, Yoder, and Rose are also working very hard to keep their schools in shape. So I had a meeting with the principal of the middle school over a week ago after school, and the assistant was present. For a while now, I have heard of bad behavior there, and she did point that out. The next day, I met with Dr. Couch and complimented her on her work to raise monies for the budget. I think she's really been working hard. It's a very, very tough situation we're in right now. That afternoon, after having conversations with the county commissioners and the SRO at the middle school, I got an appointment with him. I was late, 11:15, and he pointed out that the school disruptions in the hall, and I missed him. Well, I decided to wait till noon, and the mayhem began. Students were running, yelling at teachers, and there was no respect. I witnessed this firsthand. Well, I got a call from the SRO that afternoon, and he heard that the folks at the central office were asking why he was there, referring to me. That evening, I got a nasty gram from the principal at the KCMS, and the next day from Dr. Couch, who said she was very disappointed in me. I apologize to both. I'm doing my job as elected by nearly 3,600 Kent Countyans. There is no backing down, as this behavior will stop. Our children come first, and education is top priority. Furthermore, I want transparency, and getting permission from Dr. Couch is off the table now. We never did get a public response from Dr. Couch about my friend Dale Brown, a Mason brother and a good friend. It has been a year now, and I demand an answer regarding the purported racist comments from you, Dr. Couch. In my opinion, you called me a liar. I didn't tell the truth, although there's 4 witnesses for that incident. So after getting approval from the county commissioners, I planned with one at a time to visit the middle school unannounced. We will not interfere with any educational aspects there, and only visitors to observe. Our fine teachers will be respected. We are losing teachers, and a lot of them are moving to Queen Anne's County. First, I suggest, with help from our state's attorney, whom I've spoken with, Brian DeGregory, to implement an in-house school trial system run by the students with the state's attorney office overseeing this program. This should help root out the behavior. He said he would come here and speak about this. Second, I do not want to see our middle school in the news. And observing what was going on now, that could very well happen. A temporary metal detector should be implemented. I have heard that this student disrespect could be from COVID and the systematic problem throughout our country. This is Kent County, and the problem needs to be fixed here. This is not the United States. We have a small county. We should be able to fix this. So in conclusion, I request that the superintendent and all the board members get evaluated. MABE advocates for and provides training for the Board of Education self-evaluations. We need accountability. If the principal at the middle school does not act immediately with a solid plan, then she should think about packing her bags. The same for you, Dr. Couch. There is no excuse anymore. We need to fix the discipline in this school system. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of hearing about it. And the middle school needs to fix their problem. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Sullivan.
As Dr. Couch mentioned, I also submitted testimony in support of HB 1196 and was happy to see on that same day that the County Commissioner, Ron Fitkin, was there to provide in-person testimony in favor of that bill. So I want to thank him for his presence at that time. And as Ms. Dorsey and Ms. McGee and Mr. Rhodes mentioned, it was a wonderful Teacher of the Year award this year, and it was an honor for me to announce this year's Teacher of the Year winner, Jess McGee, from Galena Elementary School. I knew her as she was a teacher for one of my children, and I want to say congratulations to Jess and to Sheila Hundley in Central Office for Support Professional of the Year, and also Jody Bortz for Promising Educator of the Year. And congratulations to all who are recognized by their schools, and thank you for all you do for our students. I also wanted to thank Carol Manley for inviting the board to the Rock Hall Elementary School to the final math after-school program celebration. It was wonderful to see all the kids and their tutors enjoying math games and sharing in the celebration. And thank you to the staff at Rock Hall and the tutors who work so hard with our students. Your efforts are appreciated and you're making a difference. Since being elected to the Board of Education, I've had many conversations about what the actual responsibilities of the board are. It can be overwhelming for a new board member to learn the ropes and know what is and is not expected of them in their role on the board. I would like to request that when we are ready to schedule our summer retreat, that we dedicate a good portion to discussing actual board member responsibilities and expectations. The blueprint is a hot topic in Maryland and in Kent County. And as Dr. Couch mentioned, the League of Women Voters has invited Tom Porter to give a presentation on the blueprint. And I'd like to ask the community to please consider attending the presentation. It's April 19th at 7 p.m. at Emmanuel Episcopal Church. Registration is required. And finally, I would like to say, once again, this has become my new closing mantra during board discussion. it is never too late to join your PTA, and you can make a difference in your school. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. So just to add a couple comments, I do want to also, I was not available to attend the ceremony last week, but I also echo all of the comments. It must be an arduous task to sit there and try to pick out of the great educators, support staff, and promising educators that we have. It's a challenge. And so, but my hats are off to everyone that was there. I did hear it was a lovely event, so that's really great, and it's really nice to hear the amount of folks that supported that. On March 22nd, at the last board meeting, I mentioned that there was the CCAC meeting at the middle school. This was the understanding of autism spectrum disorder, and it was the second time that this presenter was there, and it was really nice to see Dr. Keene, your staff there, as well as all of the folks online and folks that attended in person. It was a great program, and it actually led to a really nice article in the paper, so my hats are off to you and your team for all the work that's being done in that space. You know, the parents that are involved, just really, it's great for them, and it's great for the students, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. Also, I know I would be remiss, I know I brought it up last meeting about the Super Bowl. It felt like it was lightly attended at the high school. So next year, when it comes back around, there was a lot of great choices there, so I would encourage everyone to come back to the high school and participate. Dr. Couch and Ms. Sullivan mentioned House Bill 1196 for Kent County. What I will tell you, and this goes into my next bullet point, I was able to attend the NSBA, National School Board Association Conference this past weekend, and legislatively, this is probably one of the first sessions in a very, very long time outside of the creation of Kerwin where folks are responding and looking at having legislation presented and passed regarding the funding mess. I did read an article online today that there are many smart financial people in Annapolis that are now stating that the cost of Kerwin is greater than what they anticipated, and now everyone's struggling to try to figure out how to fund it. So, you know, it's just all of the work that's being done from the team here and collaboration with other school systems and trying to figure it out. I just really appreciate. The other piece I wanted to mention, you know, in this space is that outside of thanking the teachers and those folks that went up for teacher support staff and everyone else, the promising educators that went up for the award, I think it would be really in poor taste for us to stereotype the whole group. And worse situations or whole schools. I just think that approach is not a motivator. I think if anything, it pushes people backwards. And there is work to be done, and certainly with everything that's coming at us, everyone's doing that. But I would just put caution out there that it's very hard to motivate people and have people come to work every day when folks are sitting there slamming them nonstop. So that's you know, it's not appropriate, and I just think, you know, we need to be mindful of what we're saying. Okay.
Before we move on, I would like to say, after Mr. Rhodes' statement, that I support the work that Dr. Couch is doing and has been doing, and I also support Dr. Holiker in her position. I know it's not an easy position. She's only been there a year and a half, and I do understand, I have a student at the middle school, that there are issues that need to be addressed and changes that need to be made, but I support Dr. Holiker in her work, and I support all of the administrators in our school, so thank you.
I just want to say one more thing against what you just said. Again, I don't think Dr. Holecker is doing her job. She's only been here a year and a half. I get it. There's kids running around. Kids are afraid of the teachers are afraid of teaching the kids. I mean, it's just not a good situation. So I understand how you like Dr. Holecker. If she doesn't get her job done, I'm going to press for her to leave. I don't want to see it. I know it's a board decision, but this is not a good situation.
Not a board
It is not the
decision.
time to discuss personnel.
Well, you brought it up.
I
You just brought it up. You really like Dr. Holecker.
No, and so, again, everyone has their opinion, and if we have to understand what our roles and responsibilities are as a board, and if that's what we have to do, and if we need some help in assisting with that, then we'll definitely get the right people connected. Okay, let's move on to education services. The next item is MAP data.
I need just a minute. May I come back and do this? I need a few minutes.
Thank you, Gina.
Okay, let's move on to the last day of school.
Okay. Mr. President, members of the board, the FY23 calendar needs to be revised to reflect the last day of instruction for students and the last contract day for our 10-month employees. Summary of what I'm asking you to approve is modifying, because we did not use our 4 snow days, so we have to modify.
Did we
and-
use any?
No. We did not use the 4.
We had a snow delay.
Yeah.
Once.
Yes. We didn't have any snow days, which is the first since I've been here. So the following modifications are being recommended. Thursday, June 8th, will be changed to a half-day for Kent County Middle School and Kent County High School. Friday, June the 9th, will be a half-day for all students and the last day of instruction for our students. And Monday, June the 12th, would be the last contract day for all 10-month employees. So the administration is asking for the board to approve the modifications to FY23 school calendar. Our staff are anxiously awaiting your approval so that they understand when the last day of instruction is for not only our students, but their last contract day as for the year of FY23. So I'm asking for your approval to these changes.
Okay.
Well,
Please.
I was going to say, why only the middle school and the high school getting a half day that one day?
It's always.
It's,
That it is?
yeah,
Okay.
here's,
High school has final exams, and we give the teachers the afternoon break.
Oh, okay. I like the idea of the last day of school for students being on a Friday. You know, I think it's the end of the week, the end of the school year.
I will say the 2 children in my household will be very disappointed if we don't approve of this modification. No pressure.
Any additional comments?
I just have a question for a lot of the seniors have been talking about the last day for seniors. Is that a board decision, or is that just?
that's usually coincides with these days, and we back it up for, and I think those decisions have already been made in terms of the last day for seniors.
Okay. Do you know what date it is off the top of your
I
head?
don't have that off the top of my head, maybe,
I talked to Ms. Hemstetter today. It probably really should come from her.
yeah.
Yeah, I've just been
Okay.
asked by a lot of
I'm
my,
gonna say tentatively it's the 24th, but it really should come from her.
okay.
Okay, the administration is recommending modifications to the fiscal year 2023 school calendar to reflect the last day of instruction for students and the last contract day for 10-month employees. Do we have a motion to do so?
I will make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions?
Yes. I just wanted to ask for, if you would consider that when they have spring break, like this year, if we could sync our timing with some of the other neighboring counties, because they started their spring break, the first part of this, on Monday of this week, and I think they did their half-days at the end of the week before, and we didn't do our half-days until this week. And then we have a few extra days next week, right? Okay, and the reason I ask that is because as a grandparent, I have children in Kent County, and I have children, and it's not just about me, because I'm sure I'm not the only one, but he's in Cabot County or Charles County, and I would like to have them be able to come together at the same time, so that I can do one job for fit all, you know.
What I would add before Mr. Hushen adds his 2 cents as well, is that oftentimes it is dependent upon when school actually starts, when the calendar actually is
Oh, yes.
approved.
Okay.
So you have to fit in, you know, when you're going to plan the days off. It's not an easy situation, and we do it by committee. Obviously, we have our own calendar committee. But it also is about when the first day of school is. For each of the counties don't start on the same day. So sometimes it's difficult to align ourselves perfectly because of the fact that we don't all start on the same day.
Okay, well, I just asked if it could be considered.
Yes.
We will certainly address that with our school calendar committee for fiscal year '25.
Yes.
The only other concern with that is that, not every calendar gets released at the same exact time.
Oh, yes,
But,
for making, yeah.
We can certainly look into that.
Thank you. It'll be happier children and happier parents.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Are there any additional comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I vote affirmative.
I'm sorry?
I vote affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes as presented. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jacomowitz, thank you.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board.
Good evening.
This evening, I bring to you our report out for the middle of the year Measures of Academic Progress, the MAP assessment. As you know, all of our assessment decisions are made as one step that we take to really achieve both the vision and mission of our system. This year, we have added a new assessment, and it will be the first time we're reporting out, providing some baseline data for grades K through 2 in the area of literacy. This decision was also reinforced as we know that Maryland has passed the Ready to Read Act of 2019, and this particular act requires us to provide screening for all kindergarten students and identified first through third graders who may be at risk for reading difficulties. It was that information that really helped us drive the decisions that were made as part of the Maryland Leads Grant. And as you're well aware, our teachers in grades K through 3, as well as special educators and other specialists, are being trained both this year and next year in the latest research in the science of reading instruction. In addition to that, we have adopted new high-quality, content-rich curriculum for both elementary, middle, and the high school is under review as we speak. This assessment is one that really helps us look at the key literacy predictors for school success. So two of the big areas include phonological awareness and phonics and word recognition. On the left-hand side, the blue part of the graph shows us the percent of students in kindergarten that were proficient in these two areas in the fall. And what I want to draw your attention to is that you will see significant growth in kindergarten in both of those areas, which are essential. Our goal being that we would like 100% of the students proficient. So keep your eye on that as we will assess again at the end of the school year. A third component of the early...
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do you assess that?
That's a great question. So let me go back very quickly. And when you talk about phonological awareness, our teachers think about that as something that you do in the dark. So basically, phonological awareness is assessing the sounds of the letters. So you'll see a variety of tasks that are done through spoken language, talking, listening, looking at concepts of print, and the sounds of the spoken language. That's all part of the phonological awareness. We may be more familiar with phonics, which includes things like the CVC words, recognizing the letters, blending the sounds, segmenting the sounds. That's all part of the phonics work. So these are all built into the NWEA MAP assessment.
Okay.
And so it's not scored by hand. They actually are able to take these assessments online as early as kindergarten. The other part of the kindergarten assessment is that of language comprehension. And language comprehension is made up of two parts. One section of it is the vocabulary, and the other part is the listening comprehension. So when you put those together, you'll see on the right-hand side the combined percentages, because that's how we look at it for each grade level. And so our goal is that 100% of our kindergartners will be in the 51st percentile or above. So this assessment is another one that's nationally normed. That 51st percentile means that we are doing better than 51% of the students across the nation in that particular area, which I think is something, again, a point of pride for the work that goes on in our early learning classrooms. First and second grade, it shifts to something a little more complex in reading. So rather than decoding and focusing on learning how to read, by the end of first grade and by the end of second grade, you really begin to work on that fluency. And so sentence reading fluency is where children are given a variety of sentences, and they're measured on both their accuracy of the words and the number of words that they read. So again, it will be automatically measured through that assessment that they take. They read into a microphone and they read the words, and you'll see, look at the growth from the fall to the winter for both our first and second grade students combined. This is a summary of K through 5, and I think the very first thing that I shared with you is that this was prompted through the Ready to Read Act, because we will not have to assess all second, third, fourth, or fifth graders. Only those that are significantly below would take this assessment. So if they're identified for being at risk in reading, they would have been assessed so that, again, our teachers and our specialists who have been immersed in professional development this year are able to take that information and be very diagnostic for each individual student to try to figure out what is it they need to know to be able to become proficient readers. So this is a summary of the progress of Kent County Public School students K through 5 in all areas of foundational skills. Again, this is the first time we are presenting it, but I think it's another way, and you have really encouraged us. We didn't want to begin looking at this type of information in third grade where it's too late. We want to do it early on so we can intervene. By the time they get to third grade, our goal is that they're confident, proficient readers.
Hasn't that unfortunately been our downfall, that, we'll be one or two top counties in the state with kindergarten readiness, and then all of a sudden when we hit third grade, there's a big drop.
Right. And that readiness in kindergarten looks very, very different than being a proficient reader in third grade. That's measured entirely by what they're able to show in their written responses. So again, it's an interesting shift as you go through and look at how we're measuring the understanding of what they're reading year after year.
I've been on the board for a while now, so I know one of the things that other board members, and I chime in with that, is that if you wait till the end of the school year, it's too late to do the intervention. So I'm glad that we are monitoring it a little more closely.
This is near and dear to my heart, and I will tell you that in all the years of teaching, I have not seen a year where teachers, individual classroom teachers, have been so mindful of progress monitoring. So what I'm showing you is a summary of middle of the year, but I can tell you, if you were to go into a school, teachers are progress monitoring, meaning they're giving little tiny probes to help monitor, is what we're doing making a difference? Are we providing the right intervention and support to see them growing in the various areas of reading? It's powerful. It wasn't even possible 10 years ago. We didn't have the tools to do it. So we've come a long way in that area. This particular chart is one that I know it's a lot of information on one slide, but if I just talk through a couple key points, I think you'll find it helpful. So when we look at this slide, what we're thinking about here are how did our students perform in the area of English language arts when we compare their fall scores to the middle of the year, the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. As a board, you have always asked us to look at both students that are scoring in levels 3, 4, and 5, as well as levels 4 and 5. That's why there's so much information on this slide. On the left-hand side, we're looking at levels 3, 4, and 5 in the fall, and then in the winter, beginning and middle of the year. And you will see very consistent growth in all of the various student groups there. If you look at the information...
I don't want to be a downer, and I'm glad it's moving in that direction, but it's kind of modest.
Yes, it is. It's modest. And again, when you're talking about months, it's unusual to see significant growth in a short amount of time. So you're looking for that incremental, consistent growth. And over time, that's why I think at the beginning of this year, as a board, if you recall, last year, we set a goal at 10%, and we were so far from hitting that, we said that was not a realistic, attainable target. So we asked the state, and the state gave us measures that they were using, and we doubled our expectations. So on the right, in the light yellow, where you see the spring projection, that plus 4.42, that is the goal that, as a board, you set for this year. You wanted us to take them from their spring of last year, which is the white column in the center. So for example, the district total was 30%, and our goal is that by spring of this year, the end of the year, we will be at 34. And that's just levels 4 and 5. Where we are right now, in the fall, we dropped 1%. We went from 30 to 29, so we kept the goal the same. We decided we didn't want to change it. And now we moved from 29 to 32% overall proficiency as a district for ELA. Okay, just to kind of keep you informed of that. You will see growth in student groups. The only area where you're going to see a dip is English learners. And I think, again, unlike before, we know this like the back of our hand. And I will tell you, our teachers get into that information because the question is, why? Why would we take a slip where in other areas we're growing? What's going on? Is there something that needs to happen different? And let me just talk to you a little bit about the slight dip that we see in the student group with our English learner students. We know that this regression is one that's always alarming anytime you see any slide going the wrong direction. Our numbers in that population, we have 56 students that are EL students total in grades 3 through 10. So that's 56 out of 1,016 students, which is 5% of our students are in that population. So when we look at this child by child, one child slipped. And that made our overall, because it's such a small population, that overall percentage slipped. And the child in this case in particular, the teacher was very concerned about consistent attendance in the intervention. So again, there are so many factors to it, but I don't know that in a large district you'd be able to get to that level of detail to the why and what is happening. So I think it's another point of pride.
Let alone figure out who the student was.
Exactly, right. So it's that kind of information, I think, that's going to put us in a different place than other districts. The next slide is showing by school. Again, we like to slice and dice this a variety of ways, and every school made gains in ELA from the fall to the winter. We had one school where the schools remained flat, and that was Kent County Middle School. 27% of the students scored a 4.5 in the fall, and it remained at 27% in the middle of the year or the winter as well. Now remember, this is their first year. They've adopted an entirely new core curriculum, Wit and Wisdom. So their teachers are going through training this year, retraining in the science of reading, as well as the utilization of the new core program. The next slide just shows it in a different view again. This time we're looking at it by grade, and how did our students perform grades levels 4 and 5 from the beginning to the middle of the year. And both 5th grade, and one thing I missed on here when we looked at this, another 8th grade as well, both 5th grade and 8th grade have already exceeded their spring projections. So take a look. If you look at 5th grade in the green, in the fall, 37%. So they really increased their overall proficiency in the fall. We based our overall goal of 34.42 for 5th grade on their spring data, which was 28%. So remember that everyone was supposed to move the 4.42 by the end of the year. Well, they have already exceeded that 4.42 from last spring to the middle of the year. Same thing with 8th grade. Last spring, they were at 21% proficiency, and this winter, 8th grade is at 27% overall proficiency. There have been slight increases in total percent of students scoring at levels 4 and 5 in mathematics as well. As you look at this data, all areas showed some growth from the fall to the winter, and just like ELA, the one student group, and it's interesting, same student, so they 9% to 7%, but again, it's a very, because it's such a small number of students in that population, one student can change the entire overall percent proficiency for the district. One of the things that our teachers and our instructional specialists and teams spend a lot of time on is looking at those students that are on the cusp. If you remember, we talked about that with the state data. So Mr. Chaudhary mentioned the students that were 2s because it's a scale of 4. Well, on the MAP assessment, those students on the cusp on this one would be those that are sitting in that level 3. And so knowing exactly who they are and what are we going to do differently to bump them over to proficiency. If we were to look at our students on the cusp, looking at the middle of the year scores, I think it's pretty interesting because not only are we working to push the 3s, but there's a lot of hope that we can exceed those expectations of the targets that we set if we're able to do exactly that by the end of the year. So again, this is the student group information for mathematics. The next slide, we're looking at the student group information by school. On this slide, Kent County High School is a little unique. If you recall, we shared this earlier, but I don't expect anyone to remember it. I have to think about it every time I look at this slide. Kent County High School is unique because this year we administered the assessment to all 9th graders for the first time. That was something Ms. Hemstetter wanted to do differently this year. Last year, we did half of the students took it in the fall, and the other half took it in the spring, and then we couldn't really compare the growth because it was 2 different students taking the assessment. So she wanted to be able to look at these students over time. And again, what you're doing, so you're looking at how that group of students did in the fall, 24% proficient. And in the winter, 23, it does have a check by it if you compare it to how they performed in the spring of last year, but I don't know that's really a true comparison because it was only half the students that took it last spring. So just trying to explain what's up there. Both Garnett and Rock Hall are very, very close in mathematics to achieving their end of the year target. That is a lot of effort on the part of our teachers, and so proud of our students who are really striving to meet that goal that is set. So just a shout out to Garnett and Rock Hall for their work in meeting those spring targets. In math, we included K-2, unlike in ELA, for the growth because you do not have to administer a separate math fluency test like you do in reading. In math, they take the MAP assessment just like they do in all other grade levels. So this time in our chart, we included K-2 taking the MAP growth. The difference is we're capturing their baseline this year because this year, the fall, will be the first time those students did take that, and we've included it on our dashboard. Grade 2 and grade 5 have both exceeded the projection, and grade 8 is only 1% away from meeting their projected growth. Again, some of the highlights just to point out as we look at the student performance in a variety of ways. Again, I think it's important that we not just look at how the district is doing, but really try to unpack it and look at it in various formats. This is something you're very familiar with. This is how we, as a school district, publish our dashboard. We not only show the overall district performance, but, and we may change this moving forward. It may be that we only want to look at the 4s and 5s, but as for now, we're showing both the 41st percentile or higher, as well as the 61st percentile or higher in both ELA and mathematics. I know it's a lot of information, but I think this is a nice summary. The goals we set are right up there. The goal for ELA was 34.42. And in the winter right now, we sit at 32. So we're 2%, a little less, right? We need to grow a little more than 2% by the spring. And in mathematics, we set the goal of 29.96, and we are at 25% overall proficiency. So you can see the overall achievement, where we are, and the incremental growth that is happening within and across the schools. So with that, I'd just like to give a chance for any questions or comments about our middle of the year MAP assessment.
Any comments or questions for Ms. Jacomowitz?
When are you doing the end of the year assessment?
Starting.
So some of them will begin that as early as the end of April. They are dancing around their state assessment, so schools get to schedule it based on their own best fit for their building. I know some are taking it as early as the end of April. Others want to wait until after the state assessment, and we thought that would be best to really leave that up to the teacher teams to think about the best match for their students. So we have Dr. Keene leaves a nice wide window. We sort of say, hey, it opens here, and you have to make sure you give it by this point. That's why oftentimes we can't report it. All the windows have to be closed, and we have to crunch the data before we can share the report, so that takes a little bit of time as well. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Jacomowitz, thank you for the format and the added information. I know it's evolved, and I just really appreciate the formats in which you're bringing it so we can kind of take a look at it, and also for the team to be able to isolate or identify the opportunities easier.
If I may, I really have to publicly thank Michelle Serino and Nicole Boyce, as well as Amelia Marcosian, who spent hours and hours with me, helping to put all of this together, and also to work with our principals, who really, as we do this is never a one person doing the work.
Right.
It is a team effort, so thank you. I appreciate that. They have asked me to leave a parting gift, so they're giving you even additional data, so I'll give that
Thank
to
you.
Mrs. Dorsey, and you can pass it around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacomowitz, we appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to the fiscal year,
No,
no,
virtual.
D, sorry, policy CN, registered sexual offenders.
Can we do the virtual day?
That's what I was calling out, and then everyone told me we were going elsewhere. So yes, C, fiscal year 24 virtual day plan. Thank you. Sorry, no, you're good.
Thank you, President Getz. This should only take a moment. You have already seen the slideshow, and it has been available to the public now for over a month. We have taken in both results from the survey as well as email comments about the plan. And what I'd like to share with you at this time is just a summary of what has been shared with me. So one thing that has been brought to our attention is that we have no need to convert the March 27th day because it never was an early release day. So one thing that we wanted to just point out, even though we had it on our plan, it was an error on our part. The approved calendar, there is no half day before the spring break next year. So the only request is that that day before would become asynchronous. So that is still going to be March 28th will be an asynchronous day. Everything else about the plan remains the same. But there's no need to make that one. They're due in the month of March, they moved the early release to early in the month, and that threw us off a little bit. After taking the results of the survey, 95.5% of those responded in favor of approving the plan as is. There were 24 written comments, and 23 of the 24 were in full approval, everything from just simply, I approve, to no comments, to 5 comments basically asking to consider staff during the asynchronous day working from home. I'm just reading the comments. And there was also one comment that was written, you could tell, with a lot of thought, and it was just an opposing view saying they are not in favor of any asynchronous learning period, that they just don't feel that it is in the best interest at all. So again, I wanted to share all of that with you. That was one comment, 5 about the staff, and then a couple very nice shout outs about the creativity with the scheduling and the appreciation of taking families' time together in mind before the holidays on the calendar. So with that, I'm asking for your approval of the virtual day plan.
Are there any questions regarding the plan? Okay, the administration is recommending approval of the KCPS virtual day plan for fiscal year 2024. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes as presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving into policy CN, registered sexual offenders. Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. Tonight I bring forth a updated policy change as a second reading. This is an action item this evening. If you recall, this is the original policy that we have, and under state guidance and state law, we are splitting the policy into two. You'll hear the other policy here in a second that is in relation to students only. But I want to draw to your attention, when I was up here last month, Mrs. Sullivan actually raised a good point and question regarding what would happen if somebody were to violate this policy. So we went back and we looked, and we added some language there at the very end of the policy. So I have up on the screen a person who violates section A or C of this policy is guilty of a misdemeanor, and on conviction, is subject to imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or a fine not exceeding $5,000 or both. And then we also added in a person who violates section A or C may also be subjected to a no trespass restrictions as provided in section 26-102 of the education article of the annotated code. That same no trespass restriction is the same language that we added into our school visitor policy as well. So those are the only new changes that I bring forward this evening.
Thank you for looking into that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, are there any additional questions? Okay, the administration is recommending approval of policy CN. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also vote yes.
Motion passes as presented and approved. Thank you, Mr. Hushin, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is new policy JLI and procedure 600-95.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, board members.
Good evening.
Again, this is the second reading for approval for the policy for registered student sexual offenders with their entry on school property. Any questions before we approve?
Are there any questions?
Go ahead. Oh, no, you go ahead.
I'm trying to remember last time when we talked and spoke about this. It was said that if a student sexually offended another student, that student would have to still attend school with the student?
Yeah.
Until
You're talking about the reportable offenses procedure that we talked about last time.
Oh, you're talking about if they already have it? Okay.
Can you just summarize, just to remind me, this is a new policy and it kind of splintered off from
Yes.
the other, and can you just sort of explain why that happened, or?
We just felt that this was something that came, this piece of the language came out from MSDE as a model policy in May of 2021. And as we talked through it, we thought it would just be appropriate
Advisable?
to,
Yeah.
appropriate to separate the adults from the students.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Okay, the administration is recommending approval of policy JLI, students as sex offenders, entry onto school property. Do we have a motion to approve?
I motion that we approve the new policy.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I vote yes.
Okay, the motion passes as presented. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Williams. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is procedure 600-66. Mr. Poor, how are you doing?
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. So procedure 666, the acceptable use procedure, was reviewed and modified to more closely align with the recommendations from the Maryland Department of Information Technology, as well as the National Institute of Standards and Technology. I do want to, just before I move on from this, I just want to thank the Maryland K-12 Leadership Group, Technology Leadership Group. It is a collection of fellow supervisors and directors from across the state, and they are actually also working on updating their policies and procedures because cybersecurity is such a hot-button issue right now. So a lot of the changes that you'll see in here were actually developed with input from some neighboring counties, and you'll actually see some that are also a direct result of our most recent IT audit, as well as an audit from Student Services. And this item is for information only, but I am happy to take any questions.
I just wonder, after what happened with Baltimore County last year when they got hit, has it made us be more vigilant?
Absolutely, and in
Because
fact,
that had catastrophic consequences,
it did.
not the least of which, that was one of the things they used to get rid of the superintendent.
yes, and so actually, Mr. Getz was there. We attended a MABE conference. I was able to go where Jim Corns actually delivered
really?
a presentation. Yeah, and it's funny because Jim Corns was one of the big driving factors in everybody sort of reviewing their policies and procedures.
Cool.
Are there any additional questions? This is for information only. Mr. Poor, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda is procedure 400-29, volunteer. Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President Getz, school board members, Dr. Couch. This is just an update, and it's for information only this evening. Just, some two minor changes, just to better clarify what the process is, the onboarding and the clearance process for tier 2 volunteers, and including more specific language for volunteer coaches.
When you say volunteer coaches, you mean athletic coaches?
Athletic coaches,
Okay.
yes. Yes, just that, just to re-clarify what our process is, so it is actually written down in our procedure, and that is that, all two-tier volunteers have to go through, because they're working directly with students, they must undergo the full array of background checks, which includes CGIS, which is 2 background checks, one through the FBI, one through the state, as well as clearance from social services, which they have up until 30 days in order to get the clearance back, as well as all House Bill 486 forms. So really 4 different channels that they must go through before they are allowed to work in our schools or approved.
I've heard from a couple of people volunteer, wanted to be a volunteer or are a volunteer, and feel that because of their station in the community, whether they are a retired educator or they hold a high profile, but they don't think they should be subject to these same kinds of things. And I know it must be an inconvenience for them, but I personally feel like everybody has to play by the same rules. I just wondered if it might deter a volunteer or two.
It could,
Yeah.
but, if there is a break in service for more than 1 year, we actually have to report to CGIS when someone breaks away from us, and they are off of our employee roster. And when that happens, we do not receive notifications if something were to come up. So if there is a break in service of longer than 1 year, everybody, whether it's a volunteer or if it's an employee who, leaves and goes somewhere else and then comes back in a following year, they have to go through that process, because the bottom line is we have to ensure the safety of our kids.
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that there are some people who think they
I understand.
shouldn't be the exception.
Yep.
Okay, are there any additional questions, as this was for information only? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Hutchins, thank you so much, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move into administrative services, Citizens Advisory Committee applications.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, I provided to you a list of all of the applications that we received for Citizens Advisory Committee. I know that there was not enough time to review in closed session with regard to the appointment of the new members, but I am pleased to say, and I think I would be remiss in not reporting that we have sufficient numbers to choose from with regard to filling out the Citizens Advisory Committee. So my hope is that I will put this on the May agenda. We will have opportunity to review them and make the appointments at the May board meeting.
Great,
I agree.
okay,
So, no action on
okay,
this.
thank you.
May I say something about this committee you're talking about, the CAC? I'd like to add something in there that every 2 years or every year or so that the board members switch out on that committee. I think the 2 people that are on there are fine, but I think we should have options for other people to get on that committee. That's my opinion.
I think we do
We did
that.
vote.
We just voted in January. We will do that every year.
Was that in January?
Yeah.
We did a vote in January.
At the CAC?
No, we did it right here.
And you voted that you're going to switch out for, okay,
No,
that's
we-
fine, that's
no.
my fault.
No, what I'm saying is the members, the 2 board members that serve will be voted on by the board every year at the beginning of the year. And we did that in our January meeting for this year.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, you voted for.
Yes, but that's true, I get that. But I think that it should be set that there is a term limit.
There is. It's 1 year.
So next year, but what you're saying, you guys were voted on.
Right, well, we were nominated and then we all voted, so.
Okay.
So next year, you can make a nomination, you can nominate someone. Anybody can nominate, anybody here can nominate, and it's just like voting for the president of the board
Yep.
and the vice
Am I allowed to
president.
nominate people for that? Is a 2-member board position? I just didn't see that anywhere, because it's kind of lack with the 2-member of the board opinion.
Well, the applications, you are able to,
I haven't
right? Is
received-
that, I mean, is that?
No.
No, I
Okay,
was
well,
gonna say, I haven't
it's listed
received-
here, so that's a no.
I haven't received any applications.
Yeah, so that's not a,
Right, well, I think that they're reviewed in closed session, and so you would have an opportunity to vote when the actual nominees come forward for voting. So you would not be able to look at all of the applications, because that is
only the ones that have
confidential.
been brought forward.
Yeah, only the
Okay.
ones that were brought forward
Yep.
for approval. They would say, okay, this person for the student board member, this person for Galena. You would have an opportunity to vote on whether you accepted those nominees.
Okay,
But you cannot, it wouldn't be an opportunity for you to review the applications.
okay.
Okay, CAC member applications will be at the May meeting. 9B, expenditures revenue report, Ms. Stewart.
Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, members of the board.
Hello.
We're just going to go over the monthly expenditures and revenue report. So as of March 31st, overall cash receipts that were received were about $36 million. If you go to the current expense fund, about 92% we have remaining in the expenditure for current expense. About, with school construction, as we stated from the last time, I just do that as formality to show the percentages, but essentially we have pretty much are close with our funding, our school funding projects, and have been in receipts of those funds. Then we have our food service expense, where we have expended about 91%, and then our restricted funds, which is our grant-related sources, and then the last page, which is the overview for the funding. Any questions, comments?
No, and that was for information only, no action required. So if there are no questions or comments, Ms. Stewart, thank you for your contribution this evening. The next item on the agenda is the KCHS Stadium Lighting Contract Awards. Mr. Kirby.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. I bring forward to you approval for Musco Lighting to perform the retrofitting of the lights at the Kent County High School Stadium. Essentially, we're piggybacking off of an already nationally bid contract, what's called the source wall contract. So essentially, we will replace the top part of all 4 lights. The actual poles themselves are in fine condition. We don't have to worry about touching those, thankfully. So basically, they'll be outfitted with 30-foot candles, which is a standard, industry standard for high school stadiums. Same company just did it for Easton High School, and they just did it for our Parks and Rec, actually, as well, for the field out there, so under the same contracts. They will build in capacity if, for some reason, we ever come to a point where we need it to be brighter. They can come in and add additional lighting into it. So essentially, 99.9% of this is going to be paid by state funding through the fiscal year 21 school safety grant program, as well as our fiscal year 23 pass-through grant that we have. So there's about $1,000 left locally to complete the project. So any questions about the project itself?
I'm going on memory, and I forgot my computer today. Am I correct that as part of that stadium lighting, we're going to get a little more lights in the parking lot?
Yes, sorry, I think I had brought that up last month.
Yeah, you did mention it. I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
That is the plan. So the two poles on the stadium parking lot side will now have lights on the back part of them facing out towards the actual parking lot too.
Much needed.
Yeah.
What, is there a estimated time when this will be done?
They said it's about 8 weeks lead time once they get a purchase order, which we can get to them tomorrow. So we're looking at pretty much right as school's letting out, they can come in and do it.
So we're anticipating by fall
yeah,
we'll be ready to roll?
The actual project will take them about 2 weeks to actually complete all the work. So, so we're in good shape for the fall.
Okay, that's awesome.
Excuse me, I think, and we discussed about the nest on.
Yes, so unfortunately, this time of year, the Ospreys have picked their one stadium light that they like to nest on. So, at this point, I was unaware of this until they came out to actually look at it, but obviously, Ospreys are very protected, and so work on that light can't happen until the Ospreys are done nesting, essentially. So what may end up happening is, if they don't get here in time and they've already done laid eggs and everything, you can't touch it after that. So basically, worst case scenario is we'll be able to get the 3 done, and then they'll just come back as soon as their nesting period is done, and there's not an active nest anymore, essentially. So you learn something new every day.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Kirby? Okay, hearing none, the administration is recommending favorable approval by the board to award, and if I'm butchering this, I apologize, Musco Lighting LLC, the contract to perform the retrofitting of the KCHS, which is Kent County High School stadium lights, in the amount of $219,879. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Rhodes has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Mr. Poor again. Update procedure 800-51, payday schedules?
No, it's the firewall.
Firewall.
Skipped one.
I'm trying to get us going. Sorry, Mr. Poor. Firewall support proposal 23-KJL-003 bid award.
Hello again. So I am bringing forth a sealed bid opening for an E-rate reimbursable RFP that we put out for firewall support. This is actually a renewal for our existing firewall. We did receive only a single bid from CDWG in the amount of $24,691. Two things that I want to point out. This is E-rate reimbursable, meaning they reimburse us for 80% of the cost. So that means that the the total price of the 3-year license comes out to $4,938. That would come from KCPS. The other thing is that previously, we had awarded solutions granted 3 years ago, and that was in the amount of $32,500. So even though CDW was the only bidder, we actually see a little bit of cost savings there.
Do you have any explanation as to why there was only one bidder?
We have slightly older equipment, so they tend to not bid on
Okay,
or carry stock in those licenses.
gotcha.
So that brings the question, when you say slightly older, at some point slightly older becomes archaic. What type of, I mean, from a timeline perspective, I mean, it's a very real, you know, so not to put you, you know, to commit to anything, but 3 years, 2 years, 5 years?
I would say by the end of our next cycle, we should be moving on to what they call next-gen firewalls, yes.
And the reason why I ask that is because, you know, when we were at the One MAPE function, obviously with the Baltimore County issue, cybersecurity was a big deal, and huge implications from insurance companies willing to even, you know, touch you if you're not in a certain state, and I know we are, so I just, first of all, thank you for that.
Of course.
Because of the whole system keeping us up to date on that, because it does have implications with insurance companies and other folks that will not touch us if we're not up to date.
Yeah,
So-
there were several things that we actually had to remediate in order to stay in good standing with our cyber insurance provider.
Yeah, so I know that's kind of off topic, but I appreciate that, and this is a great thing to do, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, this is an action item. The administration is recommending favorable approval by the board to award CDW Government LLC Firewall Support Proposal 23-KJL-003 in the amount of $24,691. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
Awesome.
We have a second by Ms. Dorsey. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Poor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before you go, Mr. Poor,
Yes.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate you and the computer science team again for your recent win in the competition at Salisbury.
Thank you. That was all Sam Paragoy and Ben Lawler.
We have an article that's coming out. Mr. DeVillio completed that, and we've sent it out to all of our media partners. So,
And Mr. Poor, please extend our
I
congratulations to
will.
them as well. That's
I will.
pretty-
They are very excited to
I know
take first
competition
place.
was fierce, and they knocked it out of the park, so thank you.
did.
They
Yeah,
absolutely
And thank
did.
you for your leadership in that.
Of course.
one, so,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, now, update procedure 800-51, payday schedules. Ms. Stewart.
All right, so I'm back to bring this before you. This is one of the procedures that we have for payday schedule. This procedure essentially just brings our payday schedule to note what is of current, how we process our payday schedule and what is based on with law. But for example, in the payday schedule, if you note, I will say thank you to Adam. That was my error. I only should have, when the first sentence, what only should have been crossed out in red is the and substitutes. So let me pull this up here for you. So this here should only been crossed out and in red and substitutes, which it would state regular employees are paid on a bi-weekly basis every other Friday. The and substitutes are added with the paper timesheets of our hourly employees, and that is provided to supervisor of finance no later than the Wednesday after the pay date. Updates in our system, we no longer use ASOP and Veritime, so we now are on Frontline. And our 22 versus 26 pay. So, and then that is a statutory reference that's at the bottom that you will see with us to be in compliance. So this was no action was required from the board, but if there's any questions, I could take that.
Any questions for Ms. Stewart? Okay, Ms. Stewart, thank you for bringing that forward, appreciate it. The next section is public participation. Ms. Manley, do we have anyone? We do not. Okay, then we have the notification of our next two meetings. The next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be a public budget hearing on May 2nd, 2023, beginning at 6:30 PM. The next regularly scheduled monthly meeting will be held on Monday, May 8th, 2023, beginning at 5:30 PM. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. Both meetings will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, this room, at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. The last item on the agenda is the administration is recommending approval to adjourn the meeting.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, so a motion by Ms. McGee, a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any comments, questions?
Before we go, we have a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting scheduled for Monday, April 17th at 5:30 PM.
Okay.
April 17th at 5:30.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
Also vote yes.
Okay, the motion passes. This meeting